Musalem says uncertainty has plateaued. That's Musalem saying that companies tell me that uncertainty has plateaued. UK's Chancellor Reeves says I haven't made a final decision yet on budget measures. The Bank of England sells £774.9 million in bonds in auction, receiving £1.32 billion in bids, with an APF gilt sale operation cover ratio of 1.71. Musalem says companies selling to consumers have more difficulty passing on higher prices. Fed's Musalem says the labour market has cooled in an orderly way. Fed's Musalem says I took notice of layoff announcements, but at the same time, unemployment insurance claims are stable. Fed's Musalem says companies say that the labour market has softened a little. Again, things look reasonably okay. Musalem says we have adequate information to make policy decisions. Fed's Musalem says real Fed funds rate has declined 250 basis points in the past year. Musalem adds, again, real Fed funds rate has declined 250 basis points in the last year, of which 150 basis points were Fed rate cuts as insurance. Musalem clarifying that rate cuts were provided as insurance to the labour market. Musalem adds it's important to continue to focus on bringing down inflation. Fed's Muslim says it's very important we continue to focus on reducing inflation. Just repeats. Muslim says it's very important to tread with caution and says there's limited room to ease policy further. That's Muslim saying there's limited room to ease policy further. Muslim says, again, very important that we tread with caution here. Monetary policy is closer to neutral than modestly restrictive. Muslim says need to lean against inflation. Muslim says financial conditions are very accommodative. Muslim says stock prices and house prices are elevated. It's not our job to opine on particular market valuations. And Fed's Muslim has now concluded their remarks. Punchbowl reporter on X says the Ways and Means top Democrat Neal says he's a no on the Senate's new CR minibus deal to end the shutdown. House Speaker Johnson says the nightmare is finally coming to an end. So that's Johnson currently speaking to reporters. So again, Johnson currently speaking to reporters. We have posted the video on the feed. House Speaker Johnson says the Senate vote on Sunday opened the door to the government reopening. Johnson says, I'll call the House to return to DC when the Senate's done. Says, I want to vote as soon as possible in the House on passing a bill to reopen the government. Johnson tells House members to begin returning to Washington. Johnson has now concluded his remarks to reporters. Speaker Johnson says, I think I have the votes to pass the stopgap.
The Trump administration tells the US Supreme Court it continues to seek halt of judge's order that required it to fully fund food aid this month for 42 million Americans. The US dollar hits US session low against the euro. Single currency last down 0.1% on the day. Trump on True Social says all money left over from the $2,000 payments made to low and middle income USA citizens from the massive tariff income pouring into our country from foreign countries, which will be substantial, will be used for substantially paying down the national debt.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Just heads up here, guys. I got having some issues here this morning with Streamlabs and also now Thinkorswim. I'm just trying to reboot right now. My stream should stay up right now. So watch, we're parked up here on 6,800 on SPX. A lot of sellers trying to come in and sweep this gap down below here. I don't know if they'll be successful just yet, so just hang tight right now. See if we can get the spun back up here. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get the dip today. Whoever just said that was that tapping toucan. I don't think you get the dip today. You may catch it tomorrow, next day. Hold on here. That probably leads into a larger conversation too, which is that here. Got to do something. You know, there's like I'm probably gonna go on a rant on this. I don't know if I should or not, but give me a quick second here. I'll turn the camera on. There's a we probably need to look back on last week, first of the month, all that kind of stuff. It's odd how many narratives come about. Give me one quick second here. Hold on. Hey, hang tighter, guys. So there, it's like how do I address this? I want to address this because of where we are in the market at the moment. I saw this morning, I was in the Discord, and I missed a bunch of the conversation this morning in Discord. But I did see some discussion of like a drop on the opening bell. Or like they're going to sell the open or something like that. How do I address this? I think it's easy for traders. They'll say things like, I feel like this, or I think this might be the case. And they'll oftentimes they only have so much information, or they have the zeitgeist, or they have the sizzle. The sizzle. They read something, watched something. I saw a video on YouTube this weekend, had like fucking 500,000 views. about the coming imminent crash. And there were lists of them. I check them every week. I check to see if they're out and who's watching them and all that kind of stuff. So I think we need to talk about incomplete information, sizzle, selling things, and do kind of like hindsight, but not like hindsight, where we try to rewrite history and things like that. So when we came into the end of October, we took profit at 6,900, right on the tick. So we take profit, we get out. We come into the beginning of the month, and we know a few things coming into the beginning of the month. We know that smart traders are selling 7,000C. Now, this morning I read a piece from Spa Gamma that said, oh, we now know that they were selling 7,000P. Oh, now we know. Okay, so we knew that. We knew that coming into the beginning of the month. But 7,000, that the Gamma map was wiped clean, and that you're going to see they're going to try to sell this right now. And that, and this is the importance of this right here. This is how it all ties in, is to this price right now. We also knew that the market needed some volatility too. Octobers are always red. Always. We're not going to forget this shit. And, and they said we're going to crash in September.
In 10 minutes.
So they were going to crash in October.
An actual meeting,
and they fucking said it again last week.
We should have a video on the feed for those interested.
And
voice news disconnected.
We knew we had to get vol up as well. So we knew 7,000s are being sold. We knew we were going to likely pull back. Traders are going to take their profit. And we're just looking for a place to buy the dip. Now listen to that closely. Just looking for a place to buy the dip. That's it. As a matter of fact, the staircase movement down, the first three or four, I think we're expecting to go down like 3 or 4 places or something like that. On opens every morning, those puts didn't print. They're up a little bit, but they didn't print. They were not the volatility that the sell side wanted. And we knew where we needed to go to get that volatility. Now, I bought the dip one day last week, made a bunch of money, and I bought the dip again into the close. And I got smoked that next day. I wasn't here for it. But even if I had followed my rules, you would have seen that we'd broken underneath the 1 and 5 minute trigger and the hourly trigger, which kicks you into sell side no matter what your thesis is. Now, we finally get the vol last week at the end of the week. We finally go down to the Captain Jim James used call lot. We get vol cranking on Friday, and I'm still in fucking buy the dip mode. Buy the fucking dip. That's what we're doing. And we get a monster print this morning. So even this weakness right here, you have the same fucking cast of characters saying we're going to sell the open, which you didn't. And there's kind of like this, there's this like sell side hero emerging. And you're fighting the fucking tape. You've been fucking fighting the fucking tape since fucking April. And the noise of that is obscene. The whatabouts Black Swan, the whatabouts this and the whatabouts that does nobody any fucking good. The literal market is filled with fucking bulls. They buy the dip, they move on. They want to know when they can start putting some risk on enough that they win enough. 7, 9 out of 10 trades. You're a rock star if you can do that. And you must know if you're in buy the dip or sell the rip. Because the survivor here is not the bull or the buyer. The survivor here is the seller that cannot buy. They're just barely hanging on. That's what it's always been. And the buyer only needs to know when we switch to sell the rip. The buyer needs to know when it's time to stop duration long. Like, I'm fucking long for duration. And so when I hear sell side fucking screaming, this is the one, you're fucking interrupting the rest of us trying to get fucking rich. So shut the fuck up or step to the side. I'm being serious here. Like, there's like duration in being a buyer in a fucking bull market. And there are rules for when you step off of risk. And until those fucking rules are met, you're doing a disservice to everyone else in the fucking room. And I got a problem with it. I got a real fucking problem with it. Because when it comes time to be risk off, I need to be able to step off without panic. I need to be able to take my money out of the market, pocket it, and then recognize that we're in sell the news or sell the rip. So that I can make money on sell side consistently. And not be buying dips thinking that's the bottom. That we're actually selling rips off of back tests on the hourly and the daily trigger. You know, so it's kind of like that contra idea goes completely against the fucking rules. So when you're on sell side and you're like, well, hey, man, you know, now we're in sell the rip. Do you want to hear those fucking buy the dippers telling you that's the bottom? I wouldn't want to hear it. If we're in actually sell the rip, it does a disservice to the buyers that want to know when the bottom actually is in. The same thing applies on the opposite side of this. So until that regime ends, and if you're the guy in a buy the dip regime that's sell the rip, make the money that you can, but the rest of us don't give a fuck. We don't fucking care. Nobody fucking cares. It's risk on, it's buy the fucking dip. That's what it is. And the moment that we have that, those rules broken that says, sell the fucking rip, that's what we do. And you have to do the rules in full. Duration, long. And so when we're sitting up here right now, I'm not coming into the fucking morning this morning trying to fucking sell the open. And had I fucking followed that fucking stupidity, I'd get fucking raped this morning. They would have taken all my money. So what I want here is, even looking at this, do I fucking care if it rolls? No. Because we're in buy the fucking dip. And until that fucking changes, I'm not looking to fucking get caught up on a roll. I'm not looking to day trade a 1 minute trigger here with a 7-second delay on YouTube. In and out, in and out, in and out, selling the fucking rip. I just want to buy another fucking dip. And so when you're getting people all heated and emotional in crazy town, it does nobody any fucking good. And by the fucking way, we're trading 670 fucking 8 on a Monday morning. That ain't no fucking market crash. And you're not allowed to be given a fucking excuse after an excuse after a fucking excuse. In September and October and now November. When we start crashing or we go to sell the rip, every single fucking time we're told that information. Just like going off and being like, this is the one. Uh-oh, that's the one. You can already see that your fucking rules blow. They suck. Or you're lying. Or you just wanted the short-term down trade, but didn't tell your compatriots. Fuck on out of here. For the rest of us, it's buy the dip. For the majority, it's buy the dip. When you can make money on sell side in a buy the dip environment, but you are surviving. Do not fucking conflate that with when we're actually in sell the rip, when we head into a bear market or a crash. Those are different fucking things and different fucking money. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's an important lesson here for where the fuck we are right now. And I see it everywhere, like seeing it everywhere. I'm reading some reports this morning on my Gmail, and it's all cover-ups now. Cover this up, cover that up, maybe, coulda, shoulda, woulda, fucking possibly. We'll try it again next month, gang. No shit. We all know. We all know that we're distributing. Everybody knows. All the buyers know. All the buyers know we're distributing. We all fucking know. We called that shit 2 months ago. But we also know that it doesn't happen in one fell sweep. There is no gotcha moment. These are fucking elephants. It's going to take them time. And when it actually does go risk off, we want to be able to identify that. And we still don't have that yet. And you can call it again and again and again and again and again and again. It doesn't fucking matter. Nobody fucking cares. The real fucking buyers want to know, when do we start selling for real? Not for fakesies, not for coolsies, not for fucking stock market crash imminent videos made by every goddamn motherfucker on YouTube. Like everybody with 1 million followers is making those videos. It's obscene. We're talking about real money here. Not some fucking stroker on fucking YouTube. And you watching those videos or reading those reports, you got nothing. Trading 6.78. It's the goddamn top of the market again. I'm not mad. I'm watching all this shit over the weekend, and I'm like, man. Then it becomes like, I got Pravorsky here this morning saying, I wish we could have gotten some more downside. Yeah, that's great. I think Pravorsky's fine saying that. Wish you could have gotten a little bit more fear. I think you're going to get some more fear. I think you're going to need it. I think you're going to need a little bit more fear, a couple more times. But price is up, isn't it? And these buyers are going to try to step in again, right? They're not going to give up that fucking easy. They're going to come in here and they're going to try to buy this. And they're going to try to buy this down here. They got a whole nother. Let's just show it to you right now. Is it this one or this one? One right there, one right there, one right there. CJJ used call lot down here. So you can see this if you want to see this in a larger frame. You want to look at this in an hour, maybe? I think the Discord already has this. And you got a band of buyers right here. You got a band of buyers right in here. You got another band of buyers right here. These guys are going to try to buy this shit again. What you need is when we come into this, like, that's the top moment. If you're a top caller, when you call a top, it's typically not a pin strike. It's typically not going to be something where you call this top and you say that's the top of the market. Your top caller that knows what they're doing knows that it takes time to call that top. It doesn't matter if it's there. It doesn't matter if it's up here. It doesn't matter if your top is here, here. None of that matters. If you're going to get like a legitimate top or bottom caller, typically they will mark a top or they will mark a bottom on a higher frame. And then some work needs to be done to put that top or bottom in. Until that work is complete, there's no reason to call bottoms or tops. There really isn't. There are people out there that will like start like secondary accounts and stuff. They'll have like one name on Twitter, let's say. They'll have another name on Twitter. I kid you not. They'll make like 2-3 names. They'll call a bunch of tops. Then they'll create a new persona. And they'll start calling tops again until one of those personas hits. And they'll get a bunch of followers and they'll buy a bunch of followers. They're really cheap. Then all of a sudden they're the quant on top calling. Your tops and bottoms are typically take time to put in. If you're long for duration, that means you can't be shaken out. It means that you have to stay long the entire time. And add, of course. There's a reason for that. I think I've explained this before, but the reason for that is because you're not going to catch the exact bottom once you begin to put some risk on. Like you can start exploring risk here, but you're just getting into it like right around here. And the same thing for when this eventually rolls, whether it's here or higher or even higher. Whenever you put that actual top in, you're not going to top tick it. So you're going to lose, maybe not all of it, but a little bit of this last, whatever that last move is, whether it's this one, the next one, it doesn't matter. What happens is people are trying to freak you out, right? Like, get out, man, get out. It's going to crash. Bro, it's going to crash. Bro, get out. And then you miss the move. Then you're chasing. Then you're buying tops. And it just implodes on you. Buying tops, chasing, missed the whole move. Now I just want it to crash. It becomes this very destructive process that really has nothing to do with making money over the long term. It really doesn't. The greater thing to know here is longevity. You can clearly see here when we go into risk off mode and when we do not. You can clearly see daily triggers not crossing and your long longevity. There is no gotcha moment when we finally roll. You just turn sell side in here and become a seller. We don't need to be like following people telling you that's top. Same thing in the bottoms. Once you go into risk off, it's risk off. What it is, risk off. Start to make our way out eventually over here. And you're able to get long for that longevity, that duration. But there's no secret sauce. And this route works all the time. So when you start introducing shit that doesn't fucking matter into is this the top, that doesn't follow the fucking rules, it doesn't matter still. It's there to cloud what you're doing, which is fucking being long. Like, that's the simple answer. There are day traders, weekly traders. There are traders that survive in these environments, trying to time volatility or trying to time downside moves. And you can make money there too. But it's still survival mode. Don't fucking try to candy coat what it is. It's not the fucking same as being in sell the rip. When you're in sell the rip, when you're in a crash environment, a major correction environment, or a bear market environment, you and I both know that you're no longer in survival mode on sell side. I mean, there were someone in the Discord this morning was saying that Thinkorswim was having problems. I already know that they do two kinds of margin calls. They do one where you have to call them, and they do one that's email, or they contact you. Sometimes it's margin requirements too, based or just cash based, how much money they have, because they're not a prime bank. But there's a lot of margin calls this weekend. There were a lot of margin calls this weekend. I don't want to see that. That's not fucking fun. That pisses me off too. Because they're drinking the goddamn Kool-Aid still. Still drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. Too much Kool-Aid. When we switch to a sell the rip environment, I will tell you, we're not in it. Still in buy the goddamn dip. And all these same cast of characters, I think when I read Spot Gamma's stuff this morning, they said, see what they said this morning. Let's call them out. Fuck them. Expert analysis. Oh my God, I can't even read this stuff. It's so filthy. I'm not going to read it. I want to so badly, but I can't. It's basically the same shit that I told you a week ago. I don't know why anyone would think they would trade above 6,900 to 7,000 right away. There wouldn't be a pullback. It's not the norm. There would always be a pullback, and it's October. It's like the worst. It's like you can't fuck it up month. You sell it. They got burned. They lost again. They're angry. They're fucking furious. Sell side. Anger. Pure, unadulterated rage. As my sell side friends tell me that. What do you think? I don't have any fucking bear friends? Like, they tell me right to my face. They're mad. They're emotional. And they keep reading diarrhea. I get it. Humans are like that. That's what humans do. Like, human psychology warrants or that your brain is going to lie to you. It's the norm for your brain to interpret or to read or consume shit and then tell yourself a lie. Makes life easier. It's a very difficult thing to be able to break through that and say, oh my God, I'm being lied to and I'm lying to myself right now. It's not an easy thing to do. Some sellers can do that. They get mad. But other sellers start drinking the fucking Kool-Aid and regurgitating that shit. And it does nobody any good. You know, we're all sitting here looking to buy a fucking dip. You got a show behind you just clowning. And it doesn't do anybody any good. The rest of us are just looking for a place to buy the fucking dip. Or find out if we're risk off to actually exit the market in a real way. To not consider buying a dip. Now, some of that plays into where we are right now. In September, was it September? No, October 10th. Was it the 10th? Oh, let me go back and look. Let's go back and look here. There's a few dates we need to look at here. First, if we look back on the 17th of September, I remember that day. I don't fucking forget. That fucking day was marked by an idea, and even my idea, that it could be very dangerous for markets on that rate cut day. This is the 9/17. I do think distribution began on that day. And what I stated then that I still hold to right fucking now is that it usually takes time. Unless there's like a shock or something, they'll take their time doing it. We're coming into the last quarter of the year. We have seasonal weakness every fucking year in spring and late winter, spring. Now, in recent history, it seems like we're catching prints for the old, like, a couple things here. Like, first of all, the holiday rally typically doesn't begin until like after Christmas, January. You'll see people make shit posts, myself included. Has the holiday rally started yet? I'll start saying that shit in September, October, November. And I'm mostly rubbing. It's not meant, it's a shit post is what it is. But you can already see the distribution. I think everybody sees it. But like the Black Mondays and the Black Octobers and the fucking Hunt for Red October and October, November, September, December, blah, 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 blah. So I see the distribution. I think everybody does. Even buyers do. But I also gave a caveat that we're probably not done putting in major highs along the way. Now, when October came, our boy Marco said we're going to crash in October. I remember that shit too. That didn't happen, did it? And pointedly, when we swept that close on that Friday, I think that was October 10th, there was some important information there. One, that was the prior major high. Well, we just went above that shit today. That's not good for bears and sellers. Your seller that's up at 689 is probably shitting his pants right now. That's the same seller that was back on October 10th. And that guy probably knows today that we're likely going to blow his ass out again. And this time trade what? 696, maybe on SPY. I'm assuming that's 7,000 on SPX. But they came in and tried to take the swipe at it then, right? Come in, slam it down. They did the same thing when we came up to 6,900. And they're likely going to do the same thing again. If we do the repeat, if we go up to 7,000, they'll come in and try to sell again. There's going to be no bulls up there long. I'm taking the money off. And they're going to be looking for another fucking dip to buy. Unless you can get to them and poison them. I don't know why you do that to your fellow fucking retailer. I don't know why the fuck you're working for the street. We can tell when we're at a top. We can tell when we don't buy the dip. We can tell when it comes time to say, nope, let that one go by. And we'll start selling the rip. Or it's time to step off and get out. We don't need you telling me. I don't need anyone telling me when that happens. Nobody. Truth. So, my point here is that we realize where we're at in the market. Everyone realizes where we're at. And when everyone realizes, too, that the noise will only grow stronger until it becomes real. And these people will claim that they called it, but they've been fucking calling it since fucking the goddamn lows in fucking February, March, and in April when we're breaking out and away. They've been calling it every fucking month since then. You got to put those people on mute. You really do. You got to put those fucking people on mute. There's nothing else you can do. That's what I do. I just put them on fucking mute. Don't watch them. Don't read them. Don't listen to them. Don't do it. It's just pure garbage. I mean, it sells newspapers and shit and looks cool. You know, the rest of us don't give a fuck. We're just here to know if we can buy a dip to get long or if we're going risk off. That's about it. It's fairly fucking simple. And when we go risk off, we want to know that we can start selling those rips too, don't we? Like when we start selling rips, we start rejecting off the goddamn daily trigger and the after an hour and hourly, we're selling down. We want to know that, right? I don't want to be bothered by a fucking bull trying to tell me or ask me, is that the bottom? Is that the bottom? Is that the bottom? It's the same shit in reverse. I don't want to listen to that fucking guy. I'll mute that fucking guy when that time comes too. You know, you got to mute those people. It's the same rule for them too. Not just like the sell side. There's reasons for this. We got to make money. You got to make money. You got to pay the fucking bills. What am I doing here? I could just buy the S&P 500. If I can't beat the S&P 500, you know, I should just put my money into a fund twice a year and be done with it. Rather than capitulating to emotions or crazy fucking talk on YouTube or sizzle. Coming in the half an hour trigger and hourly trigger right now. Well, you know, you can't do it. It doesn't help anybody. The 90% of the market, literally, I'm not joking, like 90 fucking percent of retailers are fucking bulls. It ain't even like a small number. It's like all of them. 9 out of 10 people that are retailers like to buy the dip. And when we're in a bull market and we're in a buy the dip environment, they want to fucking know. They don't give a fuck if you think it's the top. They just want to know when it actually is the top. And they want it done with rules. Not maybes, couldas, shouldas, possiblies. I'm reading about it on Reddit or Twitter or watching it on YouTube. Nobody fucking cares. I'm not mad, by the way. I just like all the shit that I'm reading and stuff. I'm just like, what the fuck are these people coming from? Like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what else to say on the topic. I've tried, and I can't. I don't know what else to say at this point. I know it's going to get louder. It's going to get worse, not better. They can't control themselves. They want it so bad. They'll have it. I just don't know when. Could be the beginning of December. Could be fucking January. Well, that's the other thing was, the last thing I wanted to say to you was that if you look at like a seasonality chart for like the whole kit and caboodle, you used to get like sell the news like December 31st, and you might get a holiday rally for a week or two. That's what it used to be. You take your profit on the 31st of December, basically. And you might get like a quick holiday rally. And if it was like a down year or something, you might get like that's still that 2-week rally at the end of the year. So yeah, we were always like kind of guaranteed some kind of rally, even if you didn't have an all-time high or some shit. Now it's changed a little bit, and the market changes slightly over time. One of the things that I noticed, and I think others have noticed clearly as well, is that we have this thing where like we're like rolling profit into the upcoming year. So like you're getting long right now, or theoretically people are getting long later for a later print. They'll look for that later print in like January, February instead of December. Then they sell the news Q1 OPEX typically, which is like February 18th or March 31st. Sometimes it even goes that deep. If we haven't gotten the price right yet. And I don't know if that's like rolling profits. Maybe I had a great year, so I want to like have that tax burden next year. So I got like one more win, and if we turn into let's say in this case we have the potential to have a sideways or down year next year. You would like roll those profits forward, pocket them, and then maybe you're making less money the next year if that ever happens. It doesn't have to be this year either; it could be any year. Yeah, we had a great year. I want to shoulder some of that buy side tax burden next year in case we roll into a bear market, even if it's not predicted. Because the banks don't predict that shit, right? They just give you like the average expected return every year. When you read like a white paper at the end of the year, you like go through the whole entire fucking thing. It's always an average expected return. It's never like wildly out of line. Then they adjust their outlooks as the year becomes sideways or down or up, and they start giving you more outside of the range of possibility expectations, depending on that price action. So they're no help there for us either, are they? So anyways, that's my other point here, is that how long could it take? I have no fucking idea. It could be right now. That could have been the top that we just went through, but we just haven't shown the risk off yet. At least my rules haven't shown it yet. And when my rules do show it, I'll say to you, hey, we're in risk off. And you really can't be the trader to sit there, though, and say, oh, I told you, man. There's always someone like that. There's always some character there saying, I called it, bro. Well, did you call it under some other pseudonyms? Did you call it all year long and it didn't work? Or even if you were just the one time you got it right, it doesn't matter. When you like that first one time, you're not going to get it right again. Generally speaking. The rest of us, we want to confirm that the top is in. It's a very serious thing. You can lose a lot of money when you're wrong, man. Like a fuck ton of money, or not have that exposure that you need to outrun these things. And there's other implications in this. There are bigger implications in this. I was reading, a guy made a comment on Reddit recently, and I read two comments. I read one on, I think, BBG and one on Reddit. The guy on it wasn't BBG. It was on Wolf Street. It was a guy on Wolf Street, and he was quite honest. He was like, I didn't get long during 2020. He's like, I was in like, he was like laddering bills or something. He was in like very risk-offish behavior. He was drinking the Kool-Aid. And of course, money became cheaper. It was risk on. His wealth has shrank during that time period. And then when we went into actual risk off, he got dinged around a bit, and taxes come up, then inflation rears its head, and all that other shit. And he was getting eaten alive. And he was pretty honest about it. This other guy on Reddit lied. He was like, well, I'm in safety right now. This was months ago now. It's been like 3 or 4 months. he was in safety and he was in bills and bonds and stuff, and he was exhibiting very risk-offish behavior and he was being left behind. And the reason I'm saying this to you is because if you are going to manage your own money, there's only a couple choices here. You're either going to be, or a few choices, right? You go to a financial planner of some kind, right? And they will take care of your money, charge you a fee, and try to protect your wealth for you, whether times are good or bad. And this is like fee-based stuff, right? And then the other option for you is pretty much to buy a low-fee fund twice a year, even in a bear market, twice a year. Just buy the low in the spring and you buy the low in the fall. You add over 20 years. You're not paying any fees. You outrun inflation and higher taxation. And you try to protect your wealth. I put $10 in today. I want it to be worth at least $10 in 5 years. Make sense? So if $10 5 years ago or 10 years ago is now worth 20, you should at least have $20. Doesn't have to be 21 or 25, just that. That's like the baseline for everybody, right? I have $1. I want it to remain worth $1. So there's like this matrix of how do I keep that dollar a dollar? Whether it's worth 50 cents in the future or 20 cents, that would mean I'd have to make, what, 5 of those dollars, right, in that time period. So we go back to having just $1 in wealth, right? And the only ways you can do that would be how? Save money, buy an appreciating asset, managed retirement fund of some kind, whether that's a 401k or it's with a financial advisor with fees. What are your other options? You manage your own money in a mix of bonds and stocks, right? So you should already assume that when we are in risk on, you're trying to make as much money as you possibly can. Why? Because we then roll into periods. That's why you need duration exposure to the market. Because when we do actually roll into bear markets or tightening cycles, they're going to come after you. Who's they? The market is going to come after you. Inflation is likely after you already. It's uncontrollable. Wages haven't kept up, so you're not getting raises at work. Taxes are levied from your county, your city, your state. When we go into tightening cycles, actual tightening cycles, at the start of them, there is a giant sucking sound of dollars. So the government tries to take the dollars out of the system, the federal government. And once they're sucking those dollars out of the system, literal printed bills out of the system, everyone needs to get theirs, don't they? Corporations go panic mode and want to steal your dollars. Cities and states and counties want to steal your dollars. Your bank does. Everybody does. You're not getting raises. You start seeing unemployment come in. I might not be employed anymore. I might need to dip into my wealth to survive. So all those things come home to roost. And if don't have exposure in a risk-on environment, when the bad times come, you'll get eaten alive a second time. So you don't have any exposure when it's risk-on. There's liquidity in the system, trying to scoop up those dollars, whether that's buying houses, whether that's taking on loans with cheap rates, whatever it may be, starting a business. The times are good. I mean, I guess you start the business when times are bad because it's cheap as fuck, but trying to time that bottom, but you get the gist, right? And then when you actually go into these risk-off environments, you go into protect mode. You then step off the market when it says, up, it's risk-off time. Not every time some fucking dipshit saying it's the top, we're going to crash. Like, you literally need to do this stuff to, you know, climb out of the fucking hole that's getting married and having kids. That's the normal thing you do in this country. You know that, right? Our whole tax system, our whole system is built on you being born, going to school, getting a job, getting married. I don't care if it's man to man, woman to woman getting married, having kids. And the tax benefits are there for you. And then you get washed out at some point in your life. And we do it again. The next generation, we do it again, again, and again. That's how the system works. So when you risk off, when we're actually risk on, you can get fucked up when we actually do go risk off. You can get fucked up without doing anything. You need to have amassed and built enough wealth in a risk-on environment so that when it comes to the actual risk-off, you have some fucking padding. You can literally step off the market, the stock market, not make a single bad trade in an actual risk-off environment, and still have your wealth sucked out of your account. For some of you, that doesn't matter. You're just like, hey, man, I'm just a day trader, man. I don't care about that. Or, you know, what the fuck do I care? I don't care about that stuff. But for most people, they do. Most people, they do care. Most people, they do want to, I don't know, they want to someday in their life buy a truckload of cocaine and kill themselves, or they want to have a wife and kids or a husband and kids. Majority of people, that's what they're looking for. They're looking to be able to retire. That's the complaint, right? I hear it every day. I read it all over Reddit. Want to be able to buy a house and be able to, you know, pay my bills, want to have insurance. I don't want to go paycheck to paycheck. I've been there. I've done that. It's not easy as a young adult trying to climb out of that fucking system. It's brutal. So while you're trying to climb out of that system, no one's got no fucking time for people that are telling you that, you know, it's risk off. It's crash time. Economy's terrible. We're in this, we're in that. You know. You do this enough for enough fucking years and you realize that you got to have risk on. Or you're going to walk into one of those tightening environments and you're going to get annihilated one way or another. The whole job of real true risk off and tightening cycles and down cycles in business and economic downturns is that they come for your fucking money any way they can, man. They do. And those times suck already. We're not there yet, but when we do go into those things, you want to be aware of when that time actually is. Or for most people, that's what they want. They want to know that it's time. They want to know that it's actually risk off. They want to know that the rules are proven. And they want to know when they can get back long again. When can they actually start buying the dip again? Because they got to get exposure for duration. Or they'll be like those two guys that, you know, they're watching their wealth being eaten alive because they're consuming doom. That's what they're doing. They're basically being fed a pile of shit from the street. And they want your money to manage. They don't want you managing your own money. And they do not want the rise of the retailer in any way, shape, or form. They look at you like you are dumb. I'm dumb, you're dumb. And you're not. They're not smarter than you. They put their pants off, take their pants off, and put them on just like you. They're fallible, and there's tons of them. Coming in 12 p.m. flows right now. Send them to Detroit. I'm being serious, though. This is like real serious shit. Like I'm not being serious. I think it's kind of funny, but at the same time, there is some seriousness. We all know that we're distributing. I think everybody's known that since September. There's no gotcha moments here. There's like zero gotchas. If you go into sell the rip mode, I'll be the first one to fucking tell you. We're not there yet. So we got to get there. Trading down into the 1 minute, the 1 hour right now, and the half an hour trigger. Here's the 1 hour back test. Trying to close the gap below. This is a nice little fucking trade over the weekend, right? I didn't sell Beyond. I've been given a couple chances to make some money on Beyond. I haven't sold them. I'm given like 2 rips here. I had a rip the other day to $1.55. Had another rip to $1.51. Another rip this morning to $1.52. I'm in so low that I don't think I care. I like the idea of being in so low and Beyond that I took the money the first time, but it cranked. I think I'm just going to stay long this company. I wonder if they sell into the end of the year. I think that they do. I think they're going to be a bloodbath this end of the year. Just want to check here and see what they did. They collapsed last year too. Right around today. Last year on November 8th, they started a fucking decline to the depths of hell. And they did something similar here in 23 too. They did rip faces off in the end of the year. Kind of don't like where we are right now on Beyond. Just check it really quick. Still dicking around in its hourly trigger right now. Hourly trigger's turning up too. This was the first turn up for the hourly trigger on Beyond. I bought it the other day and it made that new high. It broke its prior high. I'm going to give it a few more days, maybe. The hourly trigger is attempting to turn up. I've only seen it attempted. It starts slowing down back here in, this is also the place where it begins to turn up, where they try to sell it. They tried to sell it on beginning of October. They tried to sell it. It ripped, of course, in both of these scenarios, but I'm going to watch it closely here. Or more closely, keep my eye on it. Oh, what was that? Sorry about that, guys. Hold on. What up, Shaq Baker? I just read your comments over there. I just turned my screens back on. I had them off. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, we're not there yet, man. If we do get there, though, I don't mind switching it immediately. I got my rules. You guys know my rules already. You guys have known my fucking rules in every bear and bull market we've had. We do a fairly good job of, not even fairly, we tell you when it's risk off and risk on every fucking time, without being wrong. So you got to wait for that to happen. If that happens, we'll call it. We're going risk off. Sometimes it sucks because you're like risk on. A month later, I'm like risk off as the market is like deciding if it's going to consolidate and move higher or make another leg lower. Okay, we're risk off again. I'm watching this fucking Beyond right now. I'm like, this fucking thing. And that daily trigger is crossing down now, too. Just check this thing. This thing's huffing and puffing. Daily trigger looks like shit. Hourly trigger looks good. The weekly looks fucking baller. You know, there's one saving grace here. Like, if there was one saving grace on Beyond, its weekly looks, I mean, it looks like shit right now, but it's still showing a series of higher lows. It's still being accumulated. I don't know what for, though. They still got a gap to close down below at 64 cents. 75 cents. I guess I have to either decide if I want to buy more at 75 cents or just leave this shit on. I don't know what to do here. I think I'm going to stay long for the minute and see if it begins to deteriorate first. I don't want to get sucked into like a Beyond goes to zero club. Like all these food companies have been fucking delisting. I thought there'd be more consolidation within the food companies. That has not happened. I've fucked around with these food companies. This isn't my first rodeo with these fucking food companies either. See what we got going on here. See if we're risk on or risk off. We're still a little risk offish in the market, or at least on spec growth. BBNX looks good today. SLDE looks good too. We'll look at both of those. Happy Monday, by the way. Good to see you all. It was nice to see futures yesterday. I got to be honest with you. It was a fucking beautiful thing. I'm going to look at a couple stocks here in the background. We keep talking about BBNX. That's been on our radar now for a period of time. We had BBNX. There, we'll just show it to you. Hold on. We had BBNX coming up here, trade down, up, up. We didn't have that one. We had this one. We did smack that one right there. We did get that one right there. And now we're looking for a pullback here. There's a couple things I'm looking for here in this one. I like the idea of buying the lows on trend on this stock. Still like the idea of like just buying these lows. Like down in here, $20, $24, that kind of stuff. I like the idea of buying the daily trigger. You can see the daily triggers right here was already hit. Right in here. They're trying to make a breakout. This is a tough one for me right now, but it's trying to do this extension. It's got the equal legs over here. It's got the new high over here, and then it's still trying to explode and move higher. I'm assuming this has something to do with like some of the end of the year catch up on this company, Beta Bionics. This is on my list for a breakout right now. This is a fucking beautiful trade right here. I'd say stay long. If you're still in BBNX, I would say stay long here. I really want to see these guys explode up here, and they hit a high of $34. I want to see them trade like 50. That's what it's implying. We're going to jump levels here. So I think we want to get up over this $30 to trade 2025 as a jump point. This is kind of like your new jump point area. All in here. Like slamming this up and up and up and up. We got nothing on this one right now. We can look at, if you want, we can look at this other stock. This kind of looks familiar, right? There might be one more down here and then the leg up. These are kind of funky when they're in accumulation. They can either not put in the new high. Oftentimes in these distribution patterns, the low is not in yet. You'll see something like this, quick and dirty. But there's no edge in this. Like telling you this, there's no edge in getting this. and then move higher. Not it can like it's like not enough where it's like 60% of the time or something that's going to come down here. Thing that I'd be looking for here, what makes this bullish in my view is you got the high and now the new high right here, right? So you got a March bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the idea. Now if this is not a bottom, this would be corrective on the upside, and then you would lose this. And it'd be fucking messy down here. The way is higher unless we lose this daily trigger. Just had a nice earnings over here. This company is really good, by the way, if you don't know. Do your due diligence on this company. They are a little long in the tooth on the daily. On daily velocity over here, that's a little long in the tooth. Supportive, but long in the tooth. 30-minute basis. Peek at this. It's a little long in the tooth here too. Supportive. Now, unlike where I'm concerned about beyond, I'm concerned about beyond because of tax loss harvesting on it. I'm more concerned, or I'm wondering if we can do this big giant move in this stock to make this a year-end winner. You can see they've been accumulating this since August, right? Here, find it here, find it here. They want a payoff. I just don't know if they can get up more than this first zone right here, $21, $20. Let's take a look at these guys really quick and see if we can map this one out. Let's check these guys in a month. Let's go back a little bit deeper here. Look at a quarter two. This is November, this is October, November, and then December. And get that big fat green candle up. We haven't erased any of this candle at all. This is good to see. Let's look at a quarterly really quick. We haven't erased this candle yet. This is bullish. This is good. They're going to want to sell this one here. You can tell that. And this is almost 80% of this candle. You see this here? This candle here is being wiped right now. So we've taken almost 80% of that candle, or we've taken more than 80% of it. That's bullish. To trade this at least. And it opens the door to this candle right here. Price target, $19.20. SLDE is the ticker. So we just don't know if we're going to beat this or not. It's the only thing we don't know. We don't actually need to beat the ticker. We only need to beat $19.60. Go back here really quick. That there. A few things you need to know here. So we don't need this. This is all the work that was needed to be done to take these candles out. That quarterly candle was more than 80% of it was erased. So the implication is we're going to trade. As long as this stuff here holds. The daily triggers your friend on this one. You want to be able to hold? We can go back to that really quick. Missing anything here? The only thing I'll tell you about this stock is that it's taking a lot of work to get up here. You want to see. Make sure I got this right. No, we don't need a new high in here. We just need to trade $19.79. This would be poking your head up. The sell is lower at $19. You'd step off this trade before we get there. So like you get on the trade. But you step off right here. And you leave this to the FOMO gang up here. If it hits this number right here, that's very bullish. We'll have a correction. And then it'll pick back up again to go higher. So if that's the case, right here on slide, we're going to call this like the marked high, right? Mark a bottom right here. This is one. I think. Let me just check it really quick. This structure looks like that. Give me some argument. With these stocks, it kind of sucks because they can start counting like here. Like there's one right here, bro. There's your marked bottom. There's 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? But I like the cleanliness of this right here. There's your real marked bottom right here. This would be 1. 2 to hold this. There's your A. You don't want to go underneath this $15, though. You can possibly, because the meme shit, it's not a meme shitco yet, but it will be. This will become a meme, I promise you. This will be on Reddit at one point and on Earnings Whisper. Not today, but it will be. It's like SLDE. Just mark it. So we'll just go with this into the end of the year. The baseline one up here. Call that 2. We'll say that that's already been completed. 3. 4, and then 5 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it started right here. I think I'm being generous here. I would still like to see this, just like an explosive move here, like some kind of a, yeah, fuck you. Jackknife down. 2026. Or like a kind of a blow off, maybe. Maybe you do get the equal highs. I mean, it's possible. It's possible you could turn this into some kind of explosive move up here. And then jackknife it down into like February, March, April, May, somewhere in there. Find out if we're done with the market or whatever. This one is a nice candidate for that explosive move into the end of the year. SPY recovering again, still bouncing around. Fucking parked on these goddamn highs. Check this one out, though. This one, I like the idea of this. And I like the idea of some kind of a fucking squeeze up here. I really do. Some kind of an extension up here. If this one is looking for an extension, if you want to snip this, you can. I'll keep my face out of it. There's another thing here, too, where you'd go up here and hit this one in the same move. And then that leads to your explosion up. You can draw this another way. If it's like, I don't want to draw it like this, but maybe I'll do it with a... And you'd hit this one right here. Jackknife down. And then you get this, like, big fucking move up in here. You can see that daily triggers down there, too. I'll draw it like this. That'd be nice. $25 trading $15. It's like a 90% trade. SLDE for your consideration. Sorry, I forgot to put in. Oh, I did do that, everyone. Okay. There's slide SLDE. We already looked at BBNX a while ago. You've got my update on we're gonna remove all of this stuff. This is all the gamma stuff. I already started deleting the hey, we need to come down here shit from October 1st or November 1st, excuse me. When we got back. So we're just gonna remove all this stuff. We're gonna just take a quick peek again at gamma. This is SPX gamma. And we're going to look at the gamma map as it stands right now. Give me a quick second here. By the way, we've got a gamma suite being launched. It's almost finished. I think it's done. What I've been told, it's done. And there's a little band of gamma in here. This is kind of a funky chart right now. 6755. Okay, this is kind of weird here. I'm going to show it to you guys here in just a minute, but this is probably a good time to look at this stuff. Okay, this is 6755, right? Has a small, I was explaining this in the Discord earlier this morning that when we come up here, right? Hold on a second here. Okay, so we knew over here a couple things. We knew we have October, eyes, end of the month. We know it's take the money and run and look for dips to buy in November. And we also know something else. We know that we have people that had no exposure to October because they were scared. They get all excited up here and they want to get on board for the FOMO end of the year trade. Like we're going to limit up all the way into the end of the year trade, right? And you've got systematic buyers that don't give a fuck about what this pullback is. So all along the way, as we're coming down here, we know a couple things. We know that this FOMO gang up here just wants to see 7,000. We know that the systematic traders are going to come in and buy 700, 7,000, 720. If you looked on the options chain out in December and January, at every level here, systematics came in and bought. And right here, systematic buying, systematic buying, systematic buying. So some smart traders are exiting or they're selling calls to you. They own the SPY. They know we're not going up right away. They know we got to get into mid-November anyways. And so they're selling suckers 7,000 C. Okay, we already knew that. We knew, too, that these guys were going to come in. And what this does is it suppresses volatility. So let's say you're selling this and you're expecting puts to be super duper expensive. They're not because there's no demand for them. Systematics are coming and buying calls, kind of killing volatility, or was killing volatility. Check something here. we were not getting demand for puts. Does that make sense? Nobody cares. We're all getting long, right? Getting long. Now, we also said that we need to catch some volatility at some point. We need that volatility to go up. And we didn't quite get it. I mean, we kind of got it. We got a 22.75. I guess that works. I think we're going to need more volatility. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was all the doctor ordered. This little blast down here. The 60, I said anything below 67.20. And we're going to get some bid on vol. Now, that's important. We needed the volatility. If you look back here, we got it here too. We caught some volatility right here. This is when all the dipshits were calling for a market meltdown crash on Monday. So they loaded the fucking boat on puts in the close of that Friday. And that's what we needed to go up. Okay? Now, over here, it's slightly different. I was saying this in the Discord earlier this morning. I was saying, you don't know who's going to be up here or what people are doing up here. This go around slightly different than this go around. Slightly different. Not fully different, but slightly different. Contrary to what a lot of traders will tell you, they're fearful. The sentiment is changing a little bit more even bearish than this bear. You know, these guys are pretty much telling themselves that one of these times they're going to be right. That's what they're telling themselves. So they'll just keep calling it until they are right. You can see it even on YouTube. There's like fucking people that have no business talking about the stock market, and they're talking about the stock market. You can just look up like AI bubble, and it's like here. I'll just find one for you. Show you exactly what I'm talking about. Who's this other fucking guy? Hey, what happened to Mike Burry? Yeah, this guy, the plain bagel. You guys know who this guy is, right? He had 500,000 fucking views. I mean, you got this fucking clown right here. You got this fucking clown right here. And you got clowns everywhere. All these guys do is they're looking for views. They're famous. They sound like experts until you're an expert in what they're talking about. You find out they're not quite fucking experts. But people watch and consume this shit. And you have to account for that. And you know that we're coming into the end of the year. Whether we hit 7,000 and start selling, right? Or you hit 710, or you hit 720. You know that at some point their video will probably be right. Bigger question, though, is when. Now, there's some other things you can see going on in the background. Let's take a look at a few of those things. So, like, let's compare here, like Netflix. We can look at some others too. Oh. Wait a minute here. Go to a 1 hour. You know, if you're looking at something like Netflix here, sorry, I'm not able to get this, bring this chart closer to itself. So, like when you're looking at, sorry, I can't do this exactly right here, but I want you to be able to get the gist of this if you can. You can already see like the distribution. My point I'm trying to make to you is that you can already see the distribution starting on single tickers. So like the legs are being cut out from the market. Meanwhile, of course, what holds up? The S&P 500. S&P 500 is still going. So this is where a lot of this comes from. So like you get your holiday rally in here for, let's say, Netflix. You know, there's no new high, yet SPY goes up and makes a new high. This is one of the qualities of SPY or Qs to an extent where you have greater exposure to the rest of the market. And you'll hear people say things like, well, you know, only 3 or 4 or 7 companies are actually holding the market up. And the moment those sell, the market's going to crash. That's all noise. It doesn't mean anything. When we go into this distribution, you always see this before the top. It's kind of like a stool, right? There's like a stool. All these companies hold up these stocks. The last fucking leg is typically like the S&P, the S&P, the S&P. Not only that, though, you know, if the greater market catches a bid and we're on a high here and this is on a high and this comes back down, it doesn't necessarily need to crash the S&P 500. It can like hold here sideways, believe it or not. You come down here or whatever and double bottom that shit and you're back up and running again. The key point from this, though, is a rule that I have is that as you come into like an end of a year, you come into the end of a bull run, potentially. Don't know if we're entering a real bubble or not. You can still long these companies, but you kind of have to think to yourself, hey, that would be the top on Netflix, and this would be the top on SPY. You may or may not get that big top on this one here on Netflix or not. You might, and that could actually propel SPY up to the end of the year. But the key takeaway from this is that collapsing down into indexes is far easier than an individual stock. Far easier. Far easier for you to stop trying to fucking call the top on SPY. It's more resilient. It's always here. They change out CEOs and companies all the time. It's one of like the easiest things to trade out there. Your stock might go into a bear market while the rest of the market's partying. See it? Partying. So yeah, can all the legs be cut out? Sure. Are they giving up the ghost just yet? Probably not. There's some interesting stuff here. There's something interesting going on here. That fears is growing. And so you don't know what's happening when we're up here. And this will get worse as time passes. As we get closer into the year and like January, March, or excuse me, December, January, February, when we have our first down move and it's actually the top. So that would be we break down below the hourly trigger. We make our new low and the daily trigger begins to follow price. How that happens is this group on the buyback will not tell you and begin hedging. They won't buy these dips any longer. They won't be looking higher. Sentiment changes. And they stop trying to get long or they abandon these positions, these systematic positions. So I'd say first off, we're not out of the woods quite yet. You want to see whatever the back test is here. Right? This is all part of one move, but if you look at the back test, and here we want to see what that is. Whether that's here, I don't know. And we're on a little bit of a slippery slope here. And this is what's mostly important about SPX or SPX gamma right now. So this is the gamma flip. 67 or 55. And it's like a small band. It's like the gamma flip's kind of weird right now. It's like here. It's here. And to some more degree, it's like 67, 60, 67, 65. It's a really weird gamma flip. And the other thing about this gamma flip is that it's weak. It's not really a gamma flip. I mean, it is, but it's really fucking weak. And that's because we don't know what's taking place at this moment with price up here. So this is kind of like there's like a weak gamma flip, I want to call it. Like, weak gamma flip. And truly, bulls want to get above this number right here. This is really the gamma flips right here. Let's call it like a fake gamma flip. Not weak. It's kind of fake. Fake weak ass. Fake weak ass gamma flip right there. Suspect. I don't think I've ever written one of these like this, but that's kind of what it is. Let me show it to you really quick. Put it to you another way. So this is it right here. This is that fake weak ass gamma flip. It ain't pretty. And not only is it not pretty, if you look over here, bottom of the market right now is 6,500. That's still standing out. Theoretically, the put wall is 6,700 and 6,730. We'll draw those in right here. So theoretically, this is the current put wall, or this is the bottom of the option market, but it's really weak. And we're going to chat about this right here too, because bottom with a question mark. And we're going to put one more at, I believe it's 60, was that one? 6730. Theoretically, this is where you buy the dip. Put wall. I'll tell you what, though. Like we can theoretically come down here, be buying these dips to go higher. Maybe there's a wick or something in here. But I'll tell you what, like the rules that I use, when you are looking at major tops and bottoms, like you got this one here, and we marked this one. I said it even over here. No, I said it right here too, right? The way is not lower. We have to move fast up, right? And they came right in here, didn't they? Right on that open and said, fuck you, no, the way is down. And we made that new low down here. This same shit applies to this up move. The way is either going to be fucking up. And if it ain't up, we start dicking around in here. And that's not the bottom. Then the bottom is going to be what? 650, right? Roughly that. Down here, it's still viable. And I think what's his face said this too. Charlie McElligott had said, I think on Friday he said, come back in a couple weeks and we'll look again. So I think his point here is the same as mine. If the way is not higher, and we start fucking around in here, you know, dicking around here, this kind of stuff in here, a couple weeks pass, you come into OPEX and Vixpiration month end, we'll send this fucker down to the depths of hell. So we're not there yet. And you know, like, and sell the news and sell the rip environment yet, but we have to pay attention to that as we move forward. We start stalling out in here or anything like that. We start coming back down here. Anything, any kind of stalling here. If that's not the low and that's not the high, then the low is down here, right? On these major inflection points. So at least from a gamma standpoint, you want to be paying close attention to what is happening in here. Are people still fearful? Are they not buying that we're going to trade 700 in the end of the month? Or excuse me, in the end of December? Are they not buying that we're going to trade 720, 710, 696? Are they even raising or reining in their trades? Oftentimes you'll see traders break their sentiment for the end of the year. In this case, the end of the year rally or whatever the fuck rally it's going to be. They start reining in their bets. They're like, oh, I'm going to close the 700s the first chance that I get. First chance I get to close 700s. First chance I get to close 720s. And I'm going to start buying in the money calls. Gamma map will switch, starting to put a top in on the market. And we'll just trade sideways until we get into that next period of weakness in the market. And then you start getting into like options dying and people lose the sentiment shifting, and then we're going down all of a sudden on an OPEX at expiration at the end of the month, either December or January. If you want that, like you always want that sentiment matters. You want the rampant buying, buying begetting buying. You don't want to change that sentiment, that risk-off sentiment at these key moments. So it's very important to be watching the price action in here, the options that come through in the market. And more up, of course, creates that, right? So we should see that grow if we can get price higher. Hold on one second. I got to check something here. Oopsie, hold on. So we've got the first, this right here is a big one here. This is the gamma flip for 680. There's some other stuff you can take away from this. This is more neutral gamma. It's not quite negative gamma. You always want to be looking for dips to buy down here. You already know that, right? The real gamma flip is this 6,800 right here. In my view, it's the largest gamma bar. I'll show you that one more time too. Let's keep up the speed. We're coming into this resistance right now. We slammed into it this morning. We want to turn this into some kind of support and start getting more calls being bought higher Not 69.75. We want calls, believe it or not. Here's 7,000. This is capping the market to the end of the year right now. We had in October larger gamma bars at 710 and 720. And you can already see today that there's no more gamma up here. Like these were up here. This one was way up here. This one was way up here. It doesn't mean we're going to trade that. It means it'll drag us up to trade this. You always want to see people thinking more than we're looking for. We're not seeing that right now. You see that? So if we want to trade, this, if we're looking to trade this and this up here, maybe even an extension up here. So if you're looking to trade this, you want the FOMOers to be thinking higher. And that would propel us up to that 7,000 and then can eventually, of course, get us to 710, 720. The higher that we go, though, the more this will build out again. So though it's not there right now, we want to get above the 6,800, start getting people excited about 6,900 and 7,000. Not there right now. The excitement's not there. So the target right now, in top of the market right now, is 7,000. Whereas before, in October, we had all this fucking FOMO, 7,000 and 7,000, 720, 710. It's just not there right now. So we are losing some of that excitement. I'm going to make this one red until things change. Top of the market right now. This is top of the market for right now. Just like we've got the question. Well, this one's weaker than this one being. This one's much stronger right now. You've got 69.50 as a target. This would be my target. Right about here. Hold on here. Leave the rest of FOMO gang above. I guess maybe end of the year we would stay long for a little bit higher, but this is my target. You know, you do this before December 1 and whew, talk about getting some excitement going. We've got some resistance at 6,900. This is where the bear rage is. Pretty large gamma. $68.50 is the current target. Maybe I should say gamma, medium gamma. Everybody's got their own shit. Proprietary word for it. come with a cool word for it, man. Medium gamma, large gamma, basically resistance, right? And I think I said to you this morning that we should pin up here, or I said to you this morning we should ramp up here, and then we should fuck around up here. And I would still be looking for a low down here to buy to go higher. So you've got some resistance here, right? Come back down to your hourly trigger, buy this one, start trading that one right there. And then maybe we can get something into Vixpiration, I think, up around this this all-time high up here. So it should look something like this. Damn, hold on. Should look something like smash up here. Just draw it up here. Down here, there's your A. And then this large gamma up here, you're definitely going to get fucked around with. You need to break above it, though. Then we'll look for taking some money off up here. So we're looking for this move up. Then you get your relief pullback. Fatten this up a little bit if we can. Really like to see that get fattened up, fattened up, fattened up. Got to get some believers out there. Be believing or believing. So we're going up, smash into this. And I would really like this to happen. I'd really like to see that, just that tick strike up there. Get people believing. Hold the line here. It might even be right where we are, but I'll take it a little bit lower. Go down this way too. Go all the way down here. Just smash that shit right there. Come back down over here. Smash this shit over here. They're definitely going to make you pack over here. I'd really like to see this, like, right about there. Really like getting people excited in here, and then you're coming into Vixpiration up here. OpEx, Vixpiration OpEx. And then they jackknife us down over here. I don't know if that's at 7,000, if it's at 6,950. We'll have to look and check. We really want to pay close attention when we're in here. Like, where is price on Vixie Eve? Where's price on Vixpiration Day and OpEx? Because that's all coming up in here. You can see it right here. I'm going to have to move this over a little bit, but you get the gist, right? 21st is OpEx, I believe. I think this Wednesday, the 18th, is Vixpiration, but sometimes we'll fuck if the price gets too fucking squirrely. If price jumps ahead of time, we'll oftentimes get if we ramp this fucker really fast and we're up here, all of a sudden it's like putting sideways, and like the day before Vixpiration, it's like, fuck you. You know what I mean? And you're like, oh shit, we're recovering now into Vixpiration. Try to get back up into that 7,000 again. Let's just be like aware of this coming up here. We also have some data that's supposed to come out. If we reopen, we'll get data. I think you're gonna be I want you to separate unrealized and realized volatility with that data. There will be volatility on the release of that data, whether it's going to be good or bad. You can say it till you're blue in the fucking mouth. It ain't going to matter. There will be volatility with that data being released, some risk-off behavior. There's nothing you can do about it. And if we're on a high when that data is coming out. Let's say the data comes out here and you're on a high. I'd be going risk off on that shit. So then you'll have like unrealized volatility. If the data is good, we'll get realized, or then you won't get the realized volatility if the data is bad. You'll get extra, right? 1, 2, 3 bloodbath. I don't see the data from what I can see as becoming realized. The data that I can see, unemployment's kind of shitty, but it brings up unemployment's kind of shitty right now. But that reintroduces rate cuts in December, which the market will like. That's when bad news is good news. The rest of the data is fairly good. Fairly good. I'm going to be honest with you. The alternate data that's out there does not show a weakening of our economy. I know you don't want to hear that, but I'm not seeing the weakening of the economy. I'm not seeing the weakening of the consumer. The consumer is keeping up. They're spending money. They're going out. They're having fucking fun. They're getting paid. Wages have kept up. Maybe not for you, but the data that we are given that these people fucking can go to prison for. They go to school. They get a degree. They're civil engineers, they put out a report with data, they stamp it, my name's on it. The data looks good right now. So make sure you separate the two, like unrealized, realized volatility as you get that data release. If the government reopens, that shit's going to take time too. Like they're going to try to stop the vote from going through. Then it's going to be a midnight thing. Then you're going to get people coming back to work on like a Thursday or a Friday of this week. They won't even be able to get the data out to you till next week. So you got this whole week right here. This whole upcoming week with no data. And that data will probably drop right around expiration, a high in the market. Does that make sense? So you'll actually get that data drop, more than likely, this big, heavy data drop all at once. I see the unrealized volatility in that data drop. I don't see the realized as of right now. I wouldn't be like, if you can make the money on the drop on the unrealized, you were listening closely, volatility gang. If you make the money on the unrealized volatility on the data drop, take it and run. You can always jump back in afterwards for the unrealized portion of that data if it is really bad. But I'd be fearful of you get some bad data and the bad data winds up being something that forces another cut. And so the fucking market starts telling you're going to cut again in December, and then the fucking bulls jump in, the FOMO gang, and they're like, woo, we're getting another cut in December. And all of a sudden they're ripping this fucker once more. So that's what I've got on data here. I'm assuming that's going to tie in somewhat to Vixpiration. So today is Monday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So it all makes sense, right? You come back, not this week, but next week. And all of a sudden you get a data drop on Monday or Tuesday, or maybe it's even unannounced. All of a sudden you get the data drop. It's a day before fucking expiration, and the market's fucking on fire. Kind of makes sense. It's always like a package, right? It's always like a volatility, it's like a present. All of a sudden it hits the tape and it's like wham, wham, wham. And it's a mix of options expiring, mix of new contract on VIX, a mix of some fear and data. And I think that's where McGilligot comes back into play, where he's like, let's look at this in a couple weeks. Now, let's say you get the Vixpiration bullshit, you get the data bullshit, and then you get some realized volatility. We start blasting down through this stuff, and we can start talking about being risk off to trade that to the downside. We're just not there yet. If the data comes back and it's not so bad, and they're talking about a rate cut, and the data is not bad, and we're coming into this shit, and we're bouncing, and they're buying the fucking dip in here. we're going to switch into melt up mode. We will like hit the 7,000 month end. We'll fucking start talking about 710 and 720 again. And you'll start seeing these fucking bulls going bananas again. So I would say to you that the bulls are not out of the woods. It is in their court right now. They have no volatility basically until that data drops. They've got NVIDIA fucking earnings coming up. They still have earnings happening right now. You get buy the dippers or buying the fucking dip. We don't know if they're going to buy lots of hedging and not believe any of this right now, but I can tell you right now there's a fair chance of us doing this trade right here. And you might not even catch the dip buy you're looking for quite now. You might catch it. Oh, you might catch it in here for a minute. It's either going to be here or here. Maybe we close the gap right now. Maybe we don't. We can also close this gap later in here. We can close this. We can literally close this gap like down here. Close the gap. That's the unrealized bullshit and data. But then we're off and fucking running if it's not realized. Don't count your chickens if you're a seller. Do not be counting your fucking chickens on that data drop. You just close the short. If we haven't closed this gap yet, close the short when the gap is closed. And if we start making a new low in here, then you get on to business and saying the top is in. That was a double top. And we're going to go downtown, sell and crush bull dreams for Christmas or whatever. But we're just not there yet. So, the screaming and the yelling down here and the screaming and the yelling over here and all that noise, it doesn't help anybody. Nobody gives a fuck. You're doing an injustice. This thing could easily turn into slam, fuck you and all your puts, fuck your shorts, failure in here, jackknife it down. All of a sudden, it's like we're getting a cut, baby, and the data's not so bad. And then all of a sudden, we're ramping up into the end of the year. So, you're fucking all of a sudden, end of the month, you're at 7,000. They're grinding, fucking rolling their calls up. Into the first week of fucking December, it's down because of fucking all the call rolling higher. Then we're buying the goddamn dip again. All of a sudden, we're talking about trading 710, 720. So you just take it step by step. There's no risk off here as of yet. Oh, you want to see it really quick? There's the trigger screen. Still on track. Target still not hit. 680.33 I've got. And there's another fucking 684. There's R3 up there. I think we'll start rolling up here at some point today, but you get the gist down here, right? Follow along with the ball. When I told you to go risk off into the beginning of November, follow along with the ball. Going up. Follow along with the ball. Okay. So there's your gamma. The one thing I'd be watching in here, if there's anything to watch, it's going to definitely be sentiment. I would be asking your friends, like, hey, do you still see 7,000 end of year? Do you still see 720? And then I would ask them again when we're over here, do you see that still? Do you know 7,000 still? When we're trading like 690, 695, ask them, or do you think we'll go 720? See if their sentiment shifts or not. If someone's telling you we're going to crash in here, just just ignore them. But you want to see like sentiment. You want to see sentiment even right now. Ask your friends right now. Like, where do you think we're going into the year? Ask them. Ask them when we're over here. Ask them when we pull down to finally close this fucking gap. Hey, do you think we're going to roll to the depths of hell or not? You can kind of figure out who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't when you ask those questions of people. This case in particular, though, I am a little like, you know, when we on October 10th, when we recovered on that Monday, I took like a sentiment check, go around, see what people are talking about on FinTwit. I made posts on FinTwit to try to get a reaction. So you guys don't know this, but I will post things on FinTwit to get a reaction. And I want to know if I get 100 likes or if I get 0 likes. I want to know if people are angry or mad, if people are on the wrong side of the trade. And so you want to be asking those questions at all of these places as we come into the end of the year. The end of the year is going to matter here. We all know what the overall thesis is, I think, outside of fear and FOMO. I think the idea is we trade. Everyone sees it, right? Say trade 7,000, 720. You know, I got to tell you guys something. If you're a buyer or a bull, or even if you're a doomer or a seller, I got to tell you one thing that's important. That's very important. When I look back on years like this, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again, but, you know, we get into next year, I mean, I'm kind of bared up at that 700 and 720, but, dude, when I go back and look, if we enter that goddamn bubble, they'll keep us above 7,000. Like, we could trade like 685 or something, like a quick sweep lower. But never revisit that. I know we got that low down there, that sweeping those 2-week low, or that, and show it here, but I know we're leaving behind. Like I hate leaving this ship behind because, there's a giant gap down here. This one right here. This is at 6,000. There's also one at 5060 down here. There's a gap right here. There's a gap right here. When they say we always come back for that shit, that could still be after a bubble. That's how you get those big crashes where everything goes to like $2. Like everyone wants to sweep this stuff right now, or the beginning of next year, like a sideways year, sweep those lows, then go up. There's a couple different ways this could play out, but the scary one is that we don't come back for it. Then we actually go up here, trade all this, and we're just like back testing, just like this stuff. In 96, 97, that's what we did. We didn't go back down there. We came back for it, and it was a fucking mess. But if you had like 2 or 3 more years of up with crashes inside of those year candles, then you don't actually come back for this stuff. Not during the bubble trip. You'll come back for it after the bubble. The crash would be epic. It would be like that Mike Burry type crash, where you like the whole entire trade gets unwound. We could like take it all back to like 560, 5,600. Even if you traded like 9,000, you'd literally like give back the whole fucking move would come back. But you got to be aware of that into next year. We're gonna have to watch very closely what the lows are and the like the February, March, selling May shit. If we don't get down deep enough, oh man, we're gonna be having a conversation about entering a fucking bubble, a real bubble, a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. We're not there yet, so we're not quite there right now. anyways, if you want a gamma map, here it is. I think I gave you everything you need to know about gamma, where we are with gamma. I'll post this for you in the Discord too. Go back to this one right here. Keep your eye on 6850 and SPX. 6850 and SPX. I think that's R3 up here. Even though I've got us only going right here, keep an eye on that. Here, we'll watch it together. There's like trouble here, like 6820. Like we're coming into some trouble right now. There's some gamma bars above us. We're going to come into volatility right now. There are sellers here up from here to here. There's sellers, a bunch of little gamma resistance bars. Like there's some sellers at, we're at 65.15 right now. There's some sellers at 68.20. There's some sellers at 68.25. And there's some sellers at 68.30. It's like just kind of crappy sellers from here to here. It's kind of a messy gamma map right now. So if you're a gamma bro, it's not an easy gamma picture to describe to people. So that's why I wanted you to watch the show at this moment so you could see what I was trying to say to you. Like, it's like, yeah, how do I explain this to people? See where gamma is. You can watch this big green. You can watch this in the bottom of your chart in here. Remember, you've got some sellers at literally it's like 620, 625, 630. You're like pulling teeth up here. And I don't know if you can close that gap until you might not get that gap closed. That half-hour trigger, hourly trigger should hold. Even on all these back tests into like next Monday or Tuesday, whenever the fuck that data drops. I've heard people like say like, oh, we're going to get a data drop like tomorrow and Monday or some shit. It's going to crash the whole stock market. This is a fucking bureaucracy. Those fucking people, they got to get back in their office. They're going to shoot the shit at the water cooler. They're going to spin it. They're going to do whatever the fuck it is they need to do. Hell yeah, mega caps melt up, baby. What else do I need to talk to you guys about right now? I think that's it. As far as like Elliott wave goes, there is a little bit of reining in on Elliott wave right now, where we were targeting like 720. We're targeting like 696, I think, right now. But that can change. If these fucks get fucking, if we're fucking trading like near 6,900, 7,000, you know they're gonna fucking start bidding again. And then that will of course lead to what? Changing the goddamn projection back up again to 720. Hey, my hair is pulled back today for all you people who think I have a comb over. Who said that I had a comb over? There's my comb over, I guess. No fucking comb over. It's my hair. I got a head of hair. That's the top of my hair right there. Y'all talking about out there. Tell me I got a goddamn comb over. Fucking weirdos. I don't ever do my hair like this because it doesn't look good on camera. But it's done like that today. Normally it dries out, it gets wavy and stuff, and I got real hair. No hair plugs. No hair plugs for men over here. I'm gonna rock that shit till it falls out. I got all kinds of other shit going bad for me, so. I didn't get God's gift of everything. I got like size 13 shoes. I got longer arms than I have. My torso and arms are long. My legs are short. I got all kinds of bad shit. One of them is not here. So I like to wear it. Can we retest that bottom again? I'd like to. I'd like to just because I want to like hammer it out some more. I don't know when we do though. I think like sweeping, or at least how about this? We won't even call it hammer out the bottom. You want to rein in your expectations and outperform. Listen to me when I say that. Rein in your expectations. And if you outperform, you outperform. If like I was looking for 672, I think 672.80, we outperformed to the downside. You don't ever want to say we're gonna go like underneath that 672 and we want to fuck around down there. I mean, I said that, but you don't want to like be targeting that. So, like if we could close the gap, create maybe just a little bit more fucking fear. I kind of like that once or twice maybe. I got a chart here for you guys to look at. Let me show you this chart here. Did I post this somewhere? I thought I posted this somewhere this morning. You guys were all on the Discord this morning. Fuck yeah, what are y'all doing? Good to see you all. Let me see if I can show you this. Yeah, they didn't get any likes. Christ. Killing me. Here, I'll save it over here and I'll open this up. Right here. Can I go to the trigger screen? I think this came from I think this chart, I forget where this chart came from. I think it came from, I don't know if I should say where it came from. I forget where the fuck it came from, but so the yellow here is, bring this down a little bit for you. So this yellow right here is actual price action. I guess I can't draw on this, but this was the downside move, actual price action. So right now we're like expected to go back up here. You see that purple line right there is what we're expected to do. And then some kind of a back test. See how we did the same thing right here? So that kind of like back test here. You guys see that? That closes out and then we have the melt up into the end of the year. You guys understand this now? Like this would be the up move. This is the bottom on Friday. You get a big blast up here and then a pullback. So if we were to do some or in a larger frame, something like this. Bounce around, bounce around, bounce around, bounce around, jackknife. Yeah, right. Little bit of doom into the holiday. And let's look at this further out in time. So then you've got when's Thanksgiving over here? Thanksgiving. And there could be like two of these. There could be like up here, right? Roll calls higher, jackknife. Fuck you for rolling your calls higher again. All right, and then you're just like in this vicinity here. Everybody's crying. Well, fuck your Thanksgiving. Then you're like back in Thanksgiving again. Ramp that fucker up again. Woohoo, baby. you know, and then all of a sudden it's jackknife down again. You know what I mean? It's ramp again. But I want you to think about like this, whatever this pullback is to close this shit out. Yeah, will there be another chance to get down there? Probably. Probably get some kind of like a move here or a move here to get on board. And a little bit of Thanksgiving doom would be nice, either just pre-Thanksgiving or post-Thanksgiving. Like come back on like I'd really, I mean, I'll be honest with you, like I would really like to see like hate saying this, but I'd really like to see like either a bloodbath into Thanksgiving so that you're home and instead of enjoying your fucking family, you're fucking worried about the fucking stock market. You're like, oh God, it's gonna crash. I'm gonna come back on Monday. It's gonna be, you know, limit down. Or I would really like you to go see your family and be excited. You're like, woo, market's gonna melt up. And you come back on that Monday from Thanksgiving and it's a fucking like 1 or 2 day buzzsaw out of the depths of hell. Close the gap down below. You're just like loading calls. Like either of those I'd be down with, either of those on either scenario. I'd like that so that I can like, you know, be if we're on a high on like Thanksgiving close, I'd be risk off on first couple of days of Thanksgiving coming back. You let the street come back in, they won't buy the dip, they'll force it down. So you get like a couple days of consolidation, bloodbath, and then we're up and away for the month of December. We're not there yet. We'll talk more about this later, but we'll see where we are in price when we get to like Thanksgiving. It'd be perfect. I either want you worrying about a crash on Thanksgiving, or I want you to be really excited about going to all-time highs on Thanksgiving. Either one of those I'll take. And then counter trade your ass on either one of those outcomes. Sorry. But it'd make a nice little present, wouldn't it? So bad. And you know what the regular people will be doing? They'll just enjoy their Thanksgiving. Take the money off on Thanksgiving Eve. Oh, another thing, couple things here. I will be here. I will be here to the bitter end on Thanksgiving. So I will be trading with you up to the last tick on that on that day. It's not the Friday, but the day of Thanksgiving. Let's look at that really quick. And by the way, the bond market is closed tomorrow in honor of Veterans Day. I'm going to admit something to you guys that some years I'm fairly good with Veterans Day. Some years not so much. I've had a harder time with Memorial Day. It's usually the one that fucks me up. Sometimes I won't come back on that Monday or that Tuesday. I'll be like, I need one more day. Veterans Day doesn't really bother me at all. Normally, I should be fine tomorrow. I think I had 1 year where it bothered me, but recently. But normally, those dates don't bother me anymore. And then Veterans Day never really has bothered me. Normally, I get sucked in with my kids. I like break out all my medals and all that shit and my DD-214 and pictures. I'll go to my kid's school or whatever. The only one that ever really bothers me is Memorial Day. Kind of bothers me. Other than that, tomorrow's Veterans Day. Bond market's closed in observance. Thank you, bond market. Appreciate you for closing for Veterans Day. If you're a veteran out there, thank you for your service. You're a veteran in the military or a quasi-military, or if you're a veteran of a support of any kind of military, and you didn't have a choice going home to see your family, you know the difference, right? You get to go home every night, and you get great pay, and you get benefits and all that stuff, and you can say no. You can say no to a lawful order. You know that you're not a part of that group. And you know the group that you're a part of is the group that cannot say no. Or you're not a part of that group and you could disobey orders and you did not. And you chose to like run in the burning building. You chose to do the right thing as a police officer, whatever. I thank you for your service to your country and to your state or your city or whatever that may be. And that's any veteran in the whole world. You're a soldier, whatever you are. If you're from another country watching this show, I appreciate your service to your nation, to your fellow man and woman and children out there. Okay, what else we got here? We get the closure for Thanksgiving. So I will be here with you. I'll be here with you to the closing bell. Let me just check this really quick, make sure I get this right. And of course, I'll forget. You're going to hear me in the show be like, yeah, on Monday or on Friday, we're going to do this, and it's going to be closed. And I'll be like, I forgot. I know, it'll be another gotcha moment. Jim James is wrong again. So you can make fun of me or whatever. Say, what's he talking about? He's crazy. We've got 2025. We've got Labor Day, which is Monday, wrong one. We've got Thanksgiving Day, which is November 27th. So we're closed on that Thursday. Let me just check this. Each market will close early at 1 p.m. for eligible options on Friday the 28th. So we're going to wrap shit up on the 26th. I'll be here with you for that. We will be the market will be closed on the 27th. On the 28th, it's a half day. I want to give you some ideas and rules here as we head into. We're not there yet, but I want to talk about it right now so you guys understand. Okay. So you've got the crazy week. That's not this week. So you got this week, right? So we'll float up. We come into the crazy week. That's next week. Next week, expect volatility. And I think, not even think, but I can prove to you if you want to, but even McGilligot said, come back in a couple weeks. So volatility gang likely going to step in or want to be stepping in next week, Monday, Tuesday, Friday closed, depending on where we are. You're going to get volatility next week, expected volatility, unrealized volatility. And then I just want to talk to you about that the following week is the week of Thanksgiving. If you are bullish in that week, try to switch to a call spread if you can. If you're bearish, try to switch to a put spread that week. Options will begin to die, or option interest will begin to die. And you may be right directionally, but not right in having someone to pay you, if that makes sense. So you'll have people wrapping up their weeks, taking an early vacation. We have great price movement usually that last week. It's a good week to trade. It's a good week to trade futures, good week to trade spreads. If you're going to trade zero dates, it's brutal. It can be. Or you have to stay long on a zero date from like the open to the close. Whole day, you can't get in and out of them. Or else you're going to be scraping pennies all day long. What else? You should expect the market to wind down that last week. You'll see mostly your die-hard, I make all my money in these period people out. You'll see like the what's his face will be out. The GOAT will be out, right? Brian Watts, guys like him will be out. You'll see traders like David probably be out. You'll see all your like volatility guys will be out trading. They usually make bank that week of Thanksgiving. I'll be here with you, doing it with you. I don't know about that Friday as of yet. I can potentially stream that day if you want me to. I'm going to be home. I have a half marathon to run or something on Thanksgiving morning. I'm not doing anything for Thanksgiving this year. I have to go see some family in early December, unexpectedly. And think I'll be gone on a weekend, December 5th or something, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, like Friday to that Monday or something like that. I got family that I need to see. My family that has medical issues too that I need to see. So I think we're going to push off our Thanksgiving this year and focus on our family that we need to see. So I'll be here for Thanksgiving and all that. Now, think about that whole week there, right? The market kind of slows down. Everyone wraps up, like shops close, and that week should be quiet in terms of like, hey, where's everybody? It'll only be degenerates. It'll be traders that make all their money in those moments when nobody's looking. The rest of the market kind of like, they pack it up, right? And they kind of disappear. Then they come back on the following week. So you've got this whole week of slowdown from the 24th to the 28th. And then when you come back on the 1st and 2nd of December, if we're in a high at any point coming into that Thanksgiving, like if we're in a high or something, I'd be looking to like wrap that shit up on that Wednesday, the 26th or the 28th. Close. And then if we're on a high, I'd be careful of like some kind of a bloodbath that first week of December. If we're already in a bloodbath or we're like down on lows into that weekend or whatever, let's say we're selling into the 28th and then the 1st we come back. If we're on a low, I'd be expecting it to be bought. So if you're like, oh my God, we're going to crash over Thanksgiving, we're on a low, and you're going to hold like crash puts over the closing weekend, 28th or whatever, or month end, I'd be like, fuck that. I'd close the puts out too. I'd be closing those calls or puts, and that would be just risk off. Just like you come in onto like the first day, week of December, and regardless of position, just risk off. And if we're buying the dip on the first week of December, or if we're selling the top, there's no hurt. If it starts to get accumulated on the first week of December, we can hop on board the train up into the end of the year. What else? Today's Monday. I'm trying to get all this stuff to you guys so that we can see where we're at with the market. I think that's it so far. If you want to know my outlook for the end of the year, nothing's changed. I see the 700. I see 720, even though it's not showing anywhere else. I don't know if that 720, 710 comes in January and February. That's your actual holiday rally. I'm not on risk off yet. I'm not in sell the rip yet. If we can get down there, I'd consider it. If we start meeting those rules, like, hey, we got the new low, we're underneath the daily trigger, put the second low in. H hourly trigger is following down through the daily trigger. I'll go risk off with you. We'll wrap the market up, call the top back on 6,900 on SPX. We're just not there yet. So hopefully you'll stick with us through the end of the year and whatever next year offers. As far as like risk off, if we do trade like that 700, 720, you fucking bet your ass I'm going to step off the market for that spring, like late winter, spring corrective move that we always get. And I am very open to that being the top. I'm also open to entering the bubble next year, though. If I had to guess right now what I think next year is going to be, I think it's kind of like a sideways year. It's not quite a bear market. It's not quite a bull market. You might see a couple kick-ass lows next year. I can't say that we're not going to enter the bubble, and I'm not in agreement that we're in the bubble right now. I don't think we have seen what a bubble really looks like. It's been a long time, a very, very long time. The only thing I would put against the bubble happening, if I had like a reason why it couldn't happen, our markets are way more controlled than they used to be. They're way more contrived than they were in the 80s, 90s. And after 2008, I feel like I think that after 2008, the powers that be try to have a fucking stiff hand on this market. I noticed it I've noticed it a lot in COVID and post COVID, and even right now, there's a lot of like contrivancy to the market. It seems like, and AI is not helping with that. I don't think I'm the only person that can see that. There's a lot of AI influence in our markets right now. There's a lot of cleanliness to it, to a fault, to some extent. It's becoming less and less unpredictable to some extent than I've ever seen. When Jerome said, I'm no longer going to be not going to be combative. He used a different word for it, but basically like a shock gotcha. Like what they used to do is they come out and like just shock the market. And he was like, we're not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to tell you in advance what we're going to do, and give you fair warning. I don't know if we switch back to that when he's gone, or we need a little bit of that in the market, maybe. Or maybe the AI stuff starts eating itself. And we start getting more random outcomes that are more negative. But I notice it. I don't know if you guys notice it, but I notice it. It reminds me of like Bitcoin. Like when Bitcoin first became a thing not for me. Like I used Bitcoin to fucking buy drugs, to go to fucking Burning Man. When it was nobody cared about it, but when Bitcoin was like started to be associated with the stock market, and it wasn't tracking the stock market, then it would, then it wasn't, then it was. When it became a thing, it traded really clean. It traded clean because people were applying human constructs to it. It doesn't trade like that anymore, but there was a moment where it did. Like everybody was applying the same usual shit to it, and so you can kind of see it in the price of Bitcoin. It was way cleaner, way less random. Then it became really random, and now it's back to like predictable-ish. It's kind of with the stock market, in my view. But the stock market itself is becoming very like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's like there's a lot more systematic trading going on with the use of AI. If you don't know what I'm talking about with this stuff, yeah, it's like systematic and then contra trading, basically, right? You got fundamental traders. Watch out because we can go up higher here. We're just entering a volatility in here. No, I never kept it. Some of the things that I'm famous for is like my wife made me fucking. I did start keeping it. I used to use it to like buy drugs. I didn't trust drug deal. I wasn't a drug user, dealer, or anything. So I would go to like an event like Burning Man, and I would want to make sure that my shit was what I said, what I wanted. So I would test it, like order it off Silk Road, and then I would test it. And I didn't want to, buy drugs from a drug dealer, that kind of stuff. So that's how I got started doing that. Bitcoin fucking. That's like right when I think that was right when Reddit. No, it might have been just before Reddit became a thing. And then years later, it started gaining in value. I had some Bitcoin. I sold it. I had a whammy. Something my wife came to. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember sitting at a computer and I was telling my wife, I'm like, there's a halving coming. And she's like, what does that mean? I'm like, it's going to go to fucking zero. Not zero, but it's going to get choppered in half. And at that time, people were speculating if halvings would or wouldn't, but the first or second halving, it went down. So I was like telling her about it, and she told me that she had or we were having a problem with something. I don't know what the fuck it was, but I sold. And I took the money and I gave it to my wife. That's a true story. One of my best friends was mining Bitcoin at a TV station using their servers way back in 07, 08, I think, or 09, somewhere in there. He's fucking rich now. Filthy fucking rich. He was my landlord too. He's my buddy. And he's fucking filthy rich. He's been buying Bitcoin, mining Bitcoin since like the early days. And he stole it from a TV station, basically. They didn't, at that time, nobody knew what the fuck that shit was. So he was running fucking miners on a TV station on their servers for years before anyone, like, no one was talking about Bitcoin back then. I've done that a few times in my life. During COVID, I owned all the shitcos for drugs companies that went to like the moon. I sold all those at like 12 or 15 bucks. I rode that shit for like a few months at the start of COVID. I should have fucking. I didn't want to fuck with those guys because I felt like they were all pump and dumpers, so I didn't want to get caught in that. What else? When I moved to Detroit, it was the first time in my life where I told my wife no. It was the first time in my life where I said to my wife, I'm not fucking doing what you tell me to do anymore. That's a true story. I was like, I let you be in charge. We had 2 kids. I let you be in charge. I did the thing you told me to do. And I did what my wife told me to do. And then I had the opportunity to move to Detroit, and I was trying to time the bottom of Detroit. I think I picked fairly well. And I have not fucking left. This time I've stayed. I'm like, I'm in. Give me the money. Give me the power. Give me the everything. I'm committed. There will be no Bitcoin 2. There'll be no... there's been some other shit she's done to me, too. Like, there's been, like, moments in my life where I've been like, if I had just done this or just done that, I'd have fuck you money. So this time I said no. This time I was like, hey, I've been doing this with you for almost 20 years. Like, let me do something. Let me make a decision here. She said yes. So it's worked out quite well for us. She's much happier. Paying down the debt. Those days sucked, man. Like paying down debt, moving to Detroit, fear, fear about the kids, fear about money, fear about work, all that kind of stuff. And it's been a very good choice for us. Yeah, my response from my wife's boyfriend. God, I don't know. Maybe it's possible. It's possible. I'm not like a I'm not a what? Like a control freak in my wife, so I'm like, There's sometimes when I'm not there and she's alone. Maybe I am. Maybe she's buying him dinner or some shit. I'd rather not know. I'm getting too old now. I don't care. I'm entering the old fuck status where I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I can't hear you. I'm going deaf and blind over here. Can't hear nothing. Can't see nothing. maybe I do have a wife's boyfriend in my life that I don't know about. If you're out there and you're watching the show and you're my wife's boyfriend, fucking give me my money back. Oh, it was like, like when I had kids, like when like, I talked to my daughters about this stuff, right? I'm like, my oldest daughter, her and her friends are starting to, like they want to wear makeup and they want to get dressed up in as a cosplay. I always say as a cosplay or cosplay. I've heard it pronounced a bunch of different ways, but basically costume play, right? So like they're very like a lot of peer pressure with girls at that age, and you got to talk to kids and make sure they're not fucking sticking their fingers down their throat and puking or comparing themselves to other people or peer pressuring their own friends into things, or they're under their own peer pressure and stuff. So, but I've got one for you. Like recently, like my youngest daughter, she likes to have like pink hair and stuff, or purple or orange hair for Halloween, and I don't let her go to school like wearing makeup or revealing clothes, that kind of stuff. And I don't mind if she does it playing with her friends or playing with parents there, that kind of stuff, in a controlled environment. But I don't want my kid I don't want my 12 or 13-year-old talking to a grown man, an 18-year-old boy, man, or 21 or 23 or predators. So like, and I talked to my youngest daughter. I'm like, look, like I just had this conversation with her. I was like, look, I was like, men are fucking predators. I'm like, I know it's not not every man. I'm talking to my daughter. I'm like, for everything men want to become that are like better and whatever, I'm like, all these decades and years and hundreds of years have passed, and nature wants to kill animals, and we just had this conversation. I was like, you're a wild animal out in the wild, and like the weather wants to kill you, lightning storm, heat and cold, and the same thing applies to humans. And so men have been, conditioned over a long, long period of time to, like fight and like try to like bring back an animal and stuff like that. And so they've been built to do those things, fight wars, that kind of stuff, right or wrong. So, I think when I made the agreement with my wife, hey, I want to have kids with you, and would you make me equal babies, kind of stuff. You kind of have to like, I don't know if it's like a spoken thing or it's like you make a vow to your spouse, even if you adopt kids or whatever, however you come across kids, but you kind of make a vow to your wife, like, hey, I'll always be there to protect you and the kids, and I'm never gonna abuse our children. I'm never gonna hurt our children, and I'll make that vow to you, right? And I think part of that also includes like happy wife, happy life. Kind of giving up decision making to some extent, for me at least, in my relationship, saying you're the boss, and in turn have a couple children, and I'll make sure that I control myself as a man, and so I did that, and I got kids, and in turn I broke my dick and worked my ass off, and in turn my wife helped raise kids with me and show me how to be a good man and all those things that you need to be as a parent to children. And so then they get old enough to to where I go, okay, can I do some of the things I've always wanted to do, some more risky behavior and stuff like that. I want to move to Detroit, Michigan. And of course the family was like, you're out of your fucking mind. Like, you gotta fucking get the kids and, move them to a city where it's perceived that it's a shithole and whatever. And I bet that it wasn't that. I was like, yeah, I think if you just meet the people that are left there, they're probably good people. And they never gave up on Detroit. And I'm not prejudiced. I mean, I guess everybody can be prejudiced to some extent, but I'm not prejudiced on your cultural background, your socioeconomic background, the color of your skin, your religion, non-religion. I don't care. I'll give every man a chance, right? And so, there's a little bit of that in there, I guess. And so she gave me a little bit of a rope. It was like, okay, you did this for me, and I'll do this for you. I'll give you a little bit of rope, and you can take some risk. And so we did. And it's been very good. I've been very happy. I just read that. Yeah, we're like coming into like we're doing is we're grinding higher right now. We're coming into some sell side, some just volatility. If you can watch this down, if you watch the screen down here, I'll put it on a 1 minute for you. So this is where your resistance is up here. My thesis here is we're gonna like grind up here, and we'll try to like hit these highs. I think if you're a bull, you really want to see a tag of I mean, of course you're likely, I got this drawn in here like this, but you're more than likely gonna see, some kind of like failure of this gap, and you'll see like a failure up here, send you down again, then all of a sudden you tap it up there, and then we're rolling eventually. It's gonna be a process. So I got it drawn in like this. I've got it drawn in for this down move over here, but even this down move could take some time. We could be, I thought I drew this to 1 o'clock. I tried to put this on. It's not scaling right for time frame, I don't think. Here, we'll just get rid of this. This doesn't really matter right now. On a 1 hour chart, it looks a little bit better, but we don't need this right now. None of this matters yet. What matters here is that we're going to distribute up here, and this is still valid up here to like there. And I think it's going to be a little bit volatile. Like you're going to like get a new high, come back down, this kind of bullshit right here, come down here like this, and then the roll will begin. And you'll start distributing like this. Now, how deep we get, you saw that they bought the hourly trigger right here. We could stay on these hourly triggers and 4 hour triggers for a bit. We may not give up the gap lower until we lose this hourly trigger buy action here. There's one more. There's 3 places to buy the dip. We already had one of them right here. There's another one right here. And there's one more even lower. You might not see that used call lot until, I kid you not, like 2 weeks. There's a potential to not see that. We can't really trade until we get there either. So, just consider this like distribution. Look at it down below here. You want to tag this by a tick. Right here, just a tick. And we're likely going to come into it, reject it, hit it, and then roll. We really want to be paying attention to what's going on in the background. If we're instigating more call buying, if it's just like bulls trying to like, you got to be really careful here. Like a bull will tell you something like, "Oh man, I'm long, bro. I think we're going up here." And in the background, they're buying fucking puts. They're getting out of SPY. They're fucking selling their favorite stock. So you got to keep a real eye on. You can't trust traders. I don't trust traders. I don't trust what people tell me. Like, I don't trust when they're telling me anything. I'm just like, I don't know what they're fucking. Like, I got to find out what they're trying to I shouldn't say anybody. Like, I trust like I talk to like you guys should always have like 2 or 3 people in the Discord that you can DM, quietly. Be like, hey man, what are you doing in the background? Are you bullish here? Not bullish? Are you bearish? Are you risk off? Like, are you putting any longs on right now? Are you not? I always like having a few people I can bounce off of. Like I talked to David, I talked to Winky, I talked to Binky, I talked to Joe, I talked to a group of people in here privately. And like not on a market chat, not in public. In phone calls, like Scott Volatility with, speak to him. A few other people, I'm not going to name their names, but you want to like not trust everything you're reading because it could be regurgitated, could be like third person, could be either upside down, could be that they're just want to get out, could be that could be anything. They think they're cool. Internet points, writing a book, fucking writing a news story, could be anything. Yeah, we're in a little bit of that too, Binky. There's a little bit of like we're in this place right now too where we can squeeze spot up vol up, like a mini spot up vol up. I think I talked about that this morning in the Discord too. Like, yeah, they're like dealers become sellers up here, but they can actually accelerate a move higher too. They can be chasing. And the moment you stop buying calls up here, they'll come in and just fucking unload on the cash market. We're in a weird place with Gamma. I'm reading what you guys are posting right now. I was just trying to get everything out of the way for the week, so you guys are ready to rock for the week. I think we got a fairly good plan. Plans change. I think we have an outline for the next week or two, and if anything gets hairy or crazy or whatever, we'll adjust to that plan. I think that's a fairly good plan for the next week or two, and in a month end. Do you guys feel like after this morning, like you have a good idea as to what to expect the next 2 or 3 weeks? I think I just laid out for you an idea for from now into the beginning of December. I think this is a fairly good plan. Yeah, well, I'm just having I'm talking to my youngest kid, and I'm like, men are predators. Not all men are predators, but like as a dad, I gotta tell her like, hey, listen, can't be walking around dressed like that without supervised parent there, mom, friend's mom, dad, like explaining to my youngest. I already had this conversation, or different kinds of forms of this conversation with my older daughter, but my younger daughter, of course, she's at a new age, so I have to go into the hey, you can be overpowered by a man. An adult man wants to grab you or something or do something bad to you. Of course, my the 12 or 13-year-old is like, that's never going to happen, daddy. And I'm like, yeah, well, this will be age appropriate, but it's going to get worse as we talk and you get older. If there's any women watching this show, probably know what I'm talking about. You're a man. Just disregard anything I'm saying right now. My wife tells me about this stuff. I just go with the women. Whatever they say to do, I do. When it comes to that shit. I can't say that I'm a woman, so I can't say I can. Only thing I have is compassion, right? Can't have true empathy. I'm not a woman. So I'm going to rely upon what they say. And generally speaking, they say that shit. So you be pissed during Thanksgiving. I am fascinated right now to see if we do it before or post. If it's like ramp up into Thanksgiving, or we start selling down into Thanksgiving. Like hit a high early, and then we sell down on Thanksgiving. Everybody goes home, and they're all fucking, oh my god, the market's gonna crash. Get all the limit down motherfuckers coming out on FinTwit and shit. Crash your Thanksgiving. Bull tears, all the usual shit. Bulls are buying fucking crash puts going into fucking the holiday. Can't talk to their families that they're going to lose all their money. I love it. All of a sudden they come back and they fucking, it's big green bar on Monday. Your puts are fucking smoked. Perfect. Just grinding higher, sitting above the 1 minute trigger right here, just up all day, baby. I gotta check my calls here. Hold on. I gotta decide if I'm, what pisses me off. Like, like really pisses me off is, like I always struggle with my brain. I'm like I'm adding fucking December fucking calls. And I'm like, why didn't I just why didn't I just get calls over the weekend? Holy Christ. I guess I chose right, selling FTX for SPY, buying SPY, huh? Yeah, I sold FTX on Friday. That was my kids. Those were for my children. And I got a bunch of 690Cs for December 12th or 31st. Those are at almost $11 right now. Is UPS up today? I thought about buying you. I thought about rotating into UPS, but didn't. I want to see what that would have done. No, God, thank God I didn't do that. Fuck. I thought about rolling the FTX money into UPS, and instead I said, fuck it, I'm going to collapse down into SPY. Oh, man. Fucking train run. Fuck. Jesus Christ. I own this piece of shit too. I own SGD. This fucking piece of shit. I own SGD still. I mean, I'm happy with it, but another fucking piece of shit a shitco I own. I mean, I buy these things on Lowe's, but still pieces of shit. Watching Beyond right now too. Yeah, I should have brought it in a little bit. I was playing it fairly safe on Friday. I don't know why the fuck I do that. This is where I get like this trader's dilemma. The reason I did it was because I want to see the high off of the hourly trigger and then the second high. I was sticking with my rules. There's plenty of time to get fucking funky. Fucking NASDAQ. Look at that. I mean, look at NVDA, dude. Fucking baller trade. I didn't fucking get NVDA. That was fucking stupid of me. Fucking Palantir came back from the dead. TTD hasn't come back from the dead yet. That's bullshit. The trade desk should be a good trade. Where are all the other fucks at? Like Deck and all those companies, Pine and Deck. Look at goddamn Pine. Just keeps pumping. Fucking Deck still stalled out. What about Path? What's that piece of shit doing? Fucking Pine just keeps pumping away. Look at GCT beast mode. GCT's like, here, just keep buying back tests on the hourly trigger. We're going to keep pumping. NTSK, what's that one doing? NTSK, another one worth. Hey, keep an eye on NTSK. I'm gonna list some shitcodes for you. It looks like NTSK has already put their double bottom in on the bat wings. They're ready to just start running, it looks like. Look at NTSK. Netscope. I'm just going to check their fundamentals really quick. I'm going to bet that they're banging. Their revs are fucking outstanding. This will be another big one. Keep an eye on this ticker, NTSK. Remember when I talk about these tickers, though, that always remember that when we go risk off, like market-wise, these will be the first things to go. I want to say that to you guys about when markets go risk off, tickers like this will like they de-risk, the street de-risks spec growth first. Just be aware of that. I was reading VolWiz put out a new letter this morning. I was in the middle of reading that. Let me check this. I didn't get to read all of Scott's letter. Well, new market rule of money never fails, wins again, and all the trades started last week are looking great. The Qs, SPY call calendars, Qs, SPY call butterflies, the meta flies. Thanksgiving travel being the straw that broke the shutdowns back. Now it's time to try to divine when. Here we go. So VolWiz this morning put out a note. He said now it's time to try to divine when NFP CPI releases will be and snag that vol beforehand. I'm in agreement with that. So do you understand what he's trying to say to you? Just that statement there is try to find a high with volatility on a low. Let's look at VIX 9-day. So when you look at VIX, if you're watching this show and don't know, your VIX is 30 days. Your VIX 9-day is for your day trader kind of person. Hey, look at that. VIX is coming down now into some support. VIX 9-day is. So start expecting some spot up, vol up action here, and a roll coming soon-ish. Just note that as we grind higher into this R3 up here at 684.17, you should be expecting volatility. you look at VIX 9-day on your charts at home using the triggers, you'll see that the daily trigger is at 1630 and 1606. That doesn't mean we can't blast lower. Maybe you can get down here to like 1526 or something. You might be able to start some calendar spreads to anticipate the volatility of data releases. So he says here, he says it's a good idea to snag that volatility. Remember what I said to you earlier, which is when you're price agnostic, you don't care where the stock market's going. You're just trying to capture the volatility leading into these events, regardless of price action in the stock market. So his point is that when volatility hits a bottom, right, you'll see, if you ever watch like the stock price of, let's say, S&P 500 is going up, and you'll watch later dated puts that will begin to go up in price, even if the market's going higher. What that is it's early traders that are getting in there and they're scooping up these worthless puts. They know that you're going to have demand for them for either hedging or for the event. And what you'll happen to see is you'll see them that they'll get in there at the bottom of it. And then you'll start to see puts increase in value, even if the stock market's going higher. And they know at some point you're going to hit a top, and then you're going to start rolling and fading into that event. In this case, data releases. And they get out before even the event happens. They're just in there scraping the option interest, basically. He says he's already owning next week's volatility, coincidental or coinciding with, I think he meant to say coinciding with some Thanksgiving week volatility, which is still cheap, as it usually is. Something like this. I'm not going to tell you the trade, but you should have to sign up for his newsletter to get the trade. I'm not going to drop that on you guys. He's talking about some call calendar, or not call calendar, or just some calendar spreads for volatility. Where we are opening here is curious, just above the recent downtrend line after a perfect bounce off trend line that began with Yellen's QRA twist almost exactly 2 years ago. I will also be scanning for the most beat up stuff from earnings in the last couple weeks and the last couple weeks. Yes, we talked about that, didn't we, on Friday? And we were in the Discord around 1 in the afternoon on Friday, and I started running through all the losers. You want to be looking at the losers as everyone's focused on the burning fucking fire. I tell you guys, when everybody's hair is on fire and they're telling you stories about crashes, you want to be focused on some dip buying. And on Friday in the Discord, we were discussing stocks, weren't we? I think on the show I even said, I'm going to fire through some of these stocks. And I was like, this one looks good. This one looks bad. This looks okay. And so Scott says he's doing the same thing. Similar to the meta trade, like Oracle, for example, the most beat up stuff often mean reverts during OPEX weeks. This is a good insight here if you want to read about it. He says, this is a nice thing. Like, write this down at home. He says, similar to the meta trade, like Oracle, for example, the most beat up stuff often mean reverts during OPEX weeks as the left for dead call gamma gets reignited. I will have those in the chat first as usual. I'm not going to go into the chat and find out what they are for you. That's Volatility Wiz, Scott. He's a mentor in our Discord. He's on FinTwit, has a nice presence there as well. Hi, Likey. Note that we have some I'll snap these in. We got volatility at 20, right where we are. I'll delete these later, but we'll put them in so you know that they're there. There's like a minor gamma bar right here. I'll just make it yellow. We'll delete these later, but there's another one. $20, $25, and $30. $20, $25, and $30. Just bumpy road in here. If you're looking to step off the market, I want to warn you that if you're trying to like step off for a pullback or whatever, I wouldn't say sell it. More buy the dip, but I want you to look at this here. So this is where the volatility is. The volatility is right here. This is kind of where you get your roll and kind of where you get your FOMO or up here. This is your FOMO tag here. I shouldn't even draw that in like that. It should be more like, you know, even if you get above this and can hold this, build a poop mountain, you're going to fail this eventually. And then, you know, maybe we stick our heads up. This is for the bulls to see if they can go higher or not. We have more highs to come. Just be aware of this. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna have a quick take a quick break here. I think it's a good place to take a break. I gotta go potty. I gotta go potty. That's pretty much what I gotta do. I love to see all of you on a Monday, bright and early, and hopefully we get the week laid out for you so you know where all the minefield is, where the minefield is, and expectations over the next couple weeks. On that topic that VolWiz talked about with data, the one thing I'll say about it right now is I'll lay it all out. I think I said it to you earlier. Yesterday I saw a lot of, on Sunday I saw a lot of like, you're going to get data drops on Monday, market's going to crash. I'll rehash all this to you one more time. I don't know if they've voted, if the vote is passed yet. I'll check. But once that vote passes, finally, it's still going to be a process to get that data to you. It's not going to be like Shazam, here it is. I bet if I had to guess, the data is going to drop like Friday of this Friday or Monday, Tuesday, and we'll likely be on a high when it drops. It'll be something like that. So it might even be today. If we're on a high today, but give me a few minutes to make a potty. I'll look to see if I can give you an idea of that data. But you got to remember, there's a process in there. They got to get back to work. They get back in the office. They got to get the fucking data. They probably are going to have a meeting or two, all hands on deck kind of bullshit. By the time it gets dumped on your ass, they're going to package it just right. You can guarantee that. No matter what it is, good, bad, doesn't matter. It's going to take a few days. It's not going to be just like Monday morning today at 9:30. They're going to crash the stock market on you and all that kind of shit. We'll take a look at that later for the second half of the program. We'll look at maybe when we can expect some data. I'm going to direct you towards someone that's been providing that data that's been missing, and there are alternative sources for that data. And what else? We'll talk about trying to find out when that data is going to drop if it hasn't already been released. I may have missed it. It may have already come out as to when it's going to happen. But I'm going to put the news on for you right now. For you here. Let me just reset this here. Senate breakthrough government shutdown. That was 9 a.m. We'll look into the Senate shutdown in a bit here. They're fucking jackhammering now. I'll be right back. I gotta take a break now. I got like people with jackhammers outside. You hear that? Give me like 5 minutes. Good to see y'all. Happy morning. Happy Monday. Streams up. Anybody get scared? Come here, handsome. Come here, Henry. Just you want to go look at the jackhammer? We'll go take a look at it.
CBO estimate the US October budget deficit at $219 billion. NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $60.13 a barrel, up 38 cents or 0.64%. NYMEX diesel December futures settle at around $2.51 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at around $1.97 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at around $4.33. Senator Foon on funding vote says still in holding pattern. Senator Foon says it's unclear if we can vote today. Brent crude futures settle at $64.06 a barrel, up 43 cents or 0.68%.
Come back on here in just a minute. I got to make one more phone call here. One second here, guys. All right, here we go. Break time, be right back.
At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is swearing in the Indian ambassador.
Let me just check a few things here. Okay, so Senate nears deal to end longest ever government shutdown. The Senate is working. What to know on day 41. This was just 30 minutes ago. So if there's more information I don't have, bear with me. The what to know on day 41 of the government shutdown. The Senate is working to finalize the legislative package that would end the government shutdown following a key vote late Sunday night that saw 8 Dems cross the aisle to embrace the deal. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told reporters he hoped to hold a final vote in the package in the very near future, quotes, possibly as early as Monday. Chamber still needs to overcome several procedural hurdles to finalize the legislation, and any senator could delay the process. Just that alone, just that alone, procedural matters like Robert's Rules of Order, procedural points of order, when they're taken into account, this could, push on into later today, tonight. We could be in a high. And then you've got so you have the volatility of that passing. That's your first volatile event. We're climbing up into what seems like that. And then, of course, you have the second round of volatility, which is whenever the data dump is going to come and how it's scheduled. The final version of the bill will extend government funding through January 2026 and include 3-year-long funding bills for various federal agencies and programs. In exchange for the votes, the 8 Democrats secured a commitment that the chamber would vote by mid-December on extending health care tax credits that have been central to Democrats' demands, and that angered many in the Democratic base. That doesn't matter right now at all. Who wanted an extension of the deal itself? The bill will still need approval from the House, and the signature present for the shutdown ends. House Speaker Mike Johnson said members should begin returning to Washington right now in anticipation of a vote later this week. And Thune said that he expects the president to sign the legislation. So that kind of implies here that these guys are going to come in, gals, they're going to come in, they're going to do the vote, and then they're going to save Thanksgiving for you. Right? That's what they're going to do. They're going to save Thanksgiving. Right now, we got some Bloomberg terminal data right now coming in from Dr. CS. I'm going to read some of this to you from a Bloomberg terminal. I'm going to just show it to you guys. Let's save it here, show you guys this. Thank you, Dr. CS, another moderator of ours who has all the shit. Hold on 1 second here. Thank you, Dr. CS, for all this. I appreciate you. I love you, brother. If you're in our Discord, you can read these things in detail. I appreciate you, brother, for doing this. Hang tight here, guys. So I'll put this in the bottom screen for you to follow along with us here. Move this chat box up here. SPY cranking right now, trading 681.63, reaching for the moon. Looking to trade 640 or 684.17. R3 on a daily basis. We said we would spend the second half of the program on the idea of the government reopening and then move into expectations for Tuesday. I'm going to read some of this. This comes directly from a Bloomberg terminal. Even if the government reopened on Friday, it would take a number of weeks before the market received all the data that has been delayed since the beginning of the government shutdown, according to Vale Hartman, Delaney Choi, and Ian Lingen at BMO Capital Markets. Quote, moreover, concerns regarding government data quality will likely persist into 2026, leaving the private data of heightened relevance to near-term monetary policy expectations for the foreseeable future, they said.
Trump posting on Truth Social, just saying if they did have to give back the tariff revenue, it would be in excess of $2 trillion.
Historical precedent from the 2013 shutdown suggests that September's employment report could be among the first to hit the wires. Now, employment has not been good in the background from alternate data. We're going to read to see what their take, what the terminal's take is on this. Historical precedent from the 2013 shutdown suggests that September's employment report could be among the first to hit the wires, potentially within 3 business days of reopening. Write that down at home. So 3 days of reopening, we could get the employment reports. According to Jim Reed at Douche, assuming the government reopens and statistics start moving again, Fed officials will still be confronted with data compiled via retroactive surveys and other methods. If the figures are published at all, and while several private sector reports on the job market are helping to fill the void of official data, alternatives to government inflation figures are harder to come by and more limited in scope. Quote, the potential now for some more data in time for the December meeting that could refresh and sustain the picture of a soft labor market with ongoing risk of more serious deterioration makes a cut a bit more likely, says Krishna Guha at Evercore. Remember from this morning when I said to you that there's basically 2 different sets of hard data you got to be concerned about right now. You have unrealized and realized volatility within that data. So you get the unrealized volatility of the unemployment data dropping first, but then you get the bad news is good news response from the market where we start to price in a cut. Now, your other data that will be later, your inflation data, your hard consumer data, some more soft data on consumers would then hit the wire down the road, which should be negative to a cut in December, but positive in terms of the state of the economy, state of the economic cycle, and the business cycle. So that first piece of data that delayed September employment report should be released within days of the shutdown is the key information that you need to be aware of. Just check this one now. This one next over here. This is estimated release dates for key economic data. I'm not going to read that to you, but we do have it for you. I'm going to read, though, some of this other information to you. The first major data print post-shutdown will likely be the September employment report, said Michael Gapin at Morgan Stanley. Other data on inflation and spending will probably take 1 to 2 weeks. 1 to 2 weeks. So let's say we get some kind of like measure passed today, late. Takes them a few days to come into town. That puts us at, Friday or Monday. So you get an employment report theoretically by this Friday, Monday. We come into next week of volatility. And then we roll into 2 quiet weeks, right? The last week before Thanksgiving and then the week thereafter. If you get that second drop of data, and I talked to you earlier today about either blooding or topping again into Thanksgiving or around it, you'd probably be looking for that data drop at a high or a low, depending upon if it's good or bad, and the data will tell you what should happen there. Gabin expects the unemployment rate to rise through year-end in weaker spending growth in the fourth quarter. He continues to see the Fed cutting rates by 25 basis points in December. There's another note here, too, where earnings expectations are expected to bottom in Q1 of 26, and then improve, believe it or not, in Q2 through Q3, Q4 of next year. We haven't priced that in yet, and unless we get the money printer going burr, for lack of a better word, at the bottom of this, there could be some trouble. Quote, with the return to data dependency, stronger labor market data than expected is a risk to this view, Gapin noted. That is true, too, and the counter to this. If the unemployment data is improving, that's great for the economy. It's great for stock market, but knee-jerk reactions, it would be bad, right? We know that currently, as we get cuts coming into the neutral rate, that the market has reacted favorably to those cuts. Now, the market does have more room to cut, so that's that. Outside of a knee-jerk, the market should still be stable. After lowering rates twice this year, policymakers are divided over how much more to cut borrowing costs. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said last month that a rate cut in December was not a foregone conclusion, and several officials speaking since the central bank's October gathering have pushed for a pause in December, emphasizing the need to tame inflation. Traders still see nearly a 60% chance of another 25 basis point Fed rate cut next month. And I bet that they dump this data for that rate cut, that we've already taken the cut out, and you might get that knee-jerk down move, or that knee-jerk up move on pricing in that cut in December. It's been now taken away. Just look at this other thing here. Can I get this one, maybe? Here we go. Traders still see nearly 60% chance of another 25 basis point Fed rate cut next month. A December rate cut was fully priced in as recently as mid-October. Fed Bank of St. Louis President Alberto Muslim said he expects the economy to bounce early next year, underscoring the need for officials to approach rate cuts with caution. His San Francisco counterpart, Mary Daly, noted the economy is probably suffering a downturn in demand and warned against keeping rates too high for too long. The real guy here is Stephen Moran. He is a Trump nominee, and also pushed out a white paper in the beginning of last year about wanting to bring the neutral rate to zero. He doesn't want to do rate cuts or hikes anymore. He doesn't believe in them. Fed Governor Moran told CNBC that better than expected inflation data and signs of continued weakness in the job market call for a third straight cut in December. We know that he'll likely to be taking over, or be the nod, at least premier nod, to take over for Jerome at the end of his term in 2026. Quote, Fed speak this week will be largely repetitive mix of hawks and doves. We're unlikely to learn anything groundbreaking, says Oscar Munoz at TD Securities. And I agree with that statement here. His Fed speak this week will be largely repetitive mix and hawks and doves. You're going to get them covering all bases this week, and you likely are not going to get a real idea of what's going to happen or what the data is going to be. Overall, the combination of Fed easing and robust corporate earnings, when they say robust corporate earnings, we don't usually go into a recession or price that in until those corporate earnings come down and begin to roll. They're favorable for all stock or for stocks, while quality bonds offer appealing risk reward. Underallocated investors should have exposure to transformational growth trends, including AI, said Mark Hafeel at UBS Global Wealth Management. Tech continues to be the story for the stock market, noted Chris Larkin at E-Trade. Quote, progress on a deal to end the government shutdown looks like it could give the market an early week boost. But with a relatively light earnings calendar and continued economic data delays, sustaining any bounce may hinge on whether the market's AI leaders regain momentum after last week's setback, he said. At HSBC, Max Kettner says he continues to think that the U.S. equities in particular can continue to power ahead in the coming months, though not only tech but also early cyclicals. The U.S. Q3 reporting season once again defied the doomsayers, and expectations for Q4 and Q1 also look quite easy to beat because we did lower expectations. He said sentiment and positioning also continues to be pretty neutral overall, but not surprising, of course, given the constant concerns around an AI bubble. Bloomberg Terminal goes on to say the momentum of earnings revisions, which measures the ratio of upgrades versus downgrades, is hovering near the highest level since the week of April 11th. You can only keep this shit down so long. According to Bloomberg intelligence data, suggesting an optimism from Wall Street about companies' ability to deliver strong results over the next year. Quote, rather than focusing on the pullbacks themselves, listen closely here. Rather than focusing on the pullbacks themselves, the key is to watch how the market responds to them. Sound familiar? Said Mark Hackett at Nationwide. He's watching the speed and strength of buying interest, whether from retail or institutional investors, and how leadership areas like financials and liquidity-sensitive small caps behave in the wake of quick corrections, especially as story stocks test the market's underlying conviction heading into 2026. Got to get that last pump in. Got to swing on up there and poke your heads above 68.50 on SPX. Who's out? Is Nastasia out there right now? She probably is. What's going on, Nastasia? Oh, you watched multiple videos yesterday about how we were going to crash? I did too. I watched all those same videos this week, and I guess I wasn't the only one. Looked like 500,000 of you watched some of them. Then millions of you watched a whole bunch of them. Trading right now, $681.77 away from all-time highs. Okay. So we've got some idea though, don't we now? If you are looking for more particulars or a more technical idea on when we get this data, it's inside our Discord. We got the dates for you. We just check the gamma level here on SPX. Trading 6836 right now. Jumping over a small hump right here. We've got a little bit more selling at 6840. We got a big fat gamma bar at 6850. Not huge, medium. Oh, medium, not big. A note here on one date gamma. We have a magnet at 6815. We're trading above it. So we're in kind of like a mini spot up, vol up scenario right now. I want you to note that whenever that ends, if we're up here trying to slap this 6850, we should get sucked back down for a target of 6815. Let me just check also the let me just check the volume. And the volume is a little bit different than the net gamma on one date stuff, right? 68 6830, and we're trading 6838 is the peak. We have some more calls above at 6835, 6840, 6850, but that could just be, this could be about top right where we are. Let me just check some other volume, total volume on SPX, like net volume. See if people are buying calls. They're buying 6,800. They're buying 6,900. They're buying 7,000. Still nobody buying OTM stuff. This is net volume. You want to see that? I'm going to show it to you guys. So this is net volume right here. They're filling out the 6,800, 6,900, 7,000. They are now buying some hedges. This is good. 6,500 is being filled in. 6,600 is being filled in. 6,700 is being filled in. 6,800 is now filling in. You want to see this kind of stuff down here. So there are some traders out there that are fearful. That's good. And I'll show you some one-date stuff in here. Two-date volume. And you got some people hedging, not a lot, but there's some. This is two-date volume right here, just hedging this backside in over here. This is 6,800. That's good to see. 6,750. You don't need to buy this stuff, but the fact that other people are is good. Makes the market supportive, and you can see the call bias at 68.30 here, 68.35, 68.40, and 68.50. You can see some of the markets getting the picture here that we're going higher. Bears dead, Shaq Baker, or what? What are y'all doing out there? You can just go to like fucking YouTube and just type in like AI bubble, stock market crash. Like they're everywhere. There's like a back end to, I don't do this to you guys, but there's a back end to like YouTube and Twitch. And they'll tell me what you guys want me to talk to you about. I'll make ad dollars from it. If I talk about that shit. If I make videos about it. So you know how I would do that, right? I just go to like ChatGPT and say, write me a script for the AI bubble. And then I get some cool little video clips. And I read the script back to you. And I show you all the baddie charts from Twitter. And I make a bunch of ad dollars from it. That's real. I don't know if you know that, but that shit's real. I could even do just the topics for each day based on that. Like, what are people concerned about right now? What your fears are, your doubts and insecurities, how the market takes their money away from you. It's a big fuck show. It's like, that's what influencers do. I guess that's what they're supposed to do. I don't do that.
Just
shit,
a heads
but...
up, White House economic advisor has it, speaking to Fox News.
Just make you guys a bunch of like doom shit. They literally tell you like, what is everybody afraid of right now? They'll watch your videos if you post a video about this, that, or the other thing. We'll just change my name, Captain Contraman. Thanks, Uncle JBJ. I think we're going to top right in here. Roughly right where we are. But I want to call that. We're going to try to mark this right now. You done good, pig. You can take a little breather here, pig. We'll see if you can take a breather. Remember, we don't sell this until it loses its 1 minute trigger. We also have to be careful of the consolidation on the 1 and 5. Target's down below 676.71. I'm assuming it'll come into R2, which is 677.63. That'll be your first target to the downside. Don't sell it just yet. Don't be a weirdo bear. Follow your rules. And I don't even think you should sell it. I think you should just wait to buy the dip again. But I know some of you bears are starving out there. You guys gotta pay rent, or you got that nice fancy new mortgage. You had a whole week to sell the market. So if you're gonna be able to move out of the rental, get your mortgage done, you gotta show some cash flow week in, week out. Well, I don't know if I'd sell calls here. I wouldn't do it
Asset on
because of
50-year
the
mortgage says, I support Trump's idea.
I would say don't do it just yet. I'd be looking for a trigger, like we get if something comes across the wire that says the government they passed the bill. What'll not always, but what'll sometimes happen is you'll get a quick squeeze up for some liquidity. You want to sell that, like reaction trade it basically, or just have your finger on the put button. And then that doesn't mean you hit the put button. It means you wait for the squeeze and then we sell it. We'll try to buy that dip, and then we'll top. I'm assuming that what Dr. CS posted for you in the Discord, you'll see that shit start to matter to the market. The one thing about those Bloomberg reports is you got to remember they don't mean anything yet until they tell you that it means something. So you got to remember that stuff. Like Bobby B over on Twitter. It doesn't matter to them yet.
Asset or mortgage says
I don't
White
know who
House
Bobby B
is going
is,
to have a
but-
bunch of meetings.
Bobby B is like the king from Game of Thrones. It's a reference to him. What's going on, Winky? Good to see you, brother. Should I even look at my calls and see if they're any good or not? Hold on, let me check. I'm afraid to look here. Kind of excited. Should I step off here maybe? I shouldn't have made these things. Again, that's hindsight trading, right? Should have just made them for today. I should have just made this fucking things for today, not for December. Hold on, let me look. God damn. Yeah. Hold on. Oh yeah. I'm getting out here. This is about where they were when they got taken down. When they got taken to the woodshed. They were like $12. They're like $11 right now. 11.52. I think I'm gonna start exiting some shit here. Fucking should have just goddamn left these. I should have fucking got some other shit still on too here. I got shit that's expiring today. Some of my shit's coming back. This is hilarious. My 680s for today are back. I paid like $260 for them, but they're $1.70. That's reasonable. I didn't get a chance to sell them, and I didn't fucking buy puts that day. Well, I'm gonna close. So I have calls left over that are expiring today. So I want to get out of those if I can here. I'm taking a loss on them, but only like $1.10 or something. Not even $1.10. Maybe $1.10. When I close them out, I'll figure it out. But they got eaten alive on that downstroke. I'm just gonna try. And I've got a bunch of losers in here too. I got two 1 penny options, and then I got one where $1.70 They were cheap anyways. They were like 40 and 60 cents. My heavy hitter though, I'm getting money for. So I'm happy. And I just made another fucking $6 on this whole trade. This whole trade from last week, I'm up like $5 or $6 right now. So that full trade from last week, the two trades, the loser and the winner, I'm up. I'm green, baby. I don't know. I think I'm going to sell all this shit right now and reset myself. Hold on. I got some shit to do here. Hold on. And I have cash that's going to settle here from the Friday sell. I sold FDX on Friday. I gotta let people know. I'm gonna leave Beyond on. And I'm gonna leave SGD, of course. I guess I'm all alone in this trade, huh? Yeah, I'm closing right now. I'm looking for fills right now. I'm fucking green as fuck. I'm green. I'm good. I'm happy. What I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to try to get long again. I'll do some intraday trades, then look for the sweep lower to close the gap and get long again in the end of the year. There's a couple juicy fucking trades in here. Fuck yeah, brother. You're taking profit too? Fire, fuck yeah. There might be still some more up here. I think it's a good place to let me just look at SPY really quick here. Yeah, I had some like OTM shit that I opened last week but it was cheap. And then I opened the only big trade that I lost last week was 680s that expired today. They were like $2.61. They're now $1.70. So I'm taking a hit on that one. But I made all that back with calls for end of the year. So I think I'm just going to step off here and look for a back test on an hourly trigger, do day trading until we close the gap, and then get long again for the end of the year. That's a fucking nice run right there. Look at that shit. Now we can like trade sideways, fade it a little bit, come back down, back test the fucking OG bear line down there on SPY, come back down to like 76 or something. Fuck around down there, maybe close a gap or something. I guarantee there's some fucking we just closed the gap above on 1024 just now. Oh yeah, there's definitely seller rage. Oh fuck yeah. Pretty happy right now. Feels good. Whew. That took a lot of stress off. What's happening? Buy it, trade it. I'm chatting with YouTube chat right now. Yeah, I did a mix of OTM stuff and then I did in the money stuff. I did like 3 different strikes. My 80s, I have 88s. I think I have 88s and I got 85s or something. They're both smoked. They're all pennies. Oh, they were all cheap then though too. They were fucking 20 and 60 cents or something. Yeah, I hate that too. I'm with you on. I'm 100% with you on that one, Uncle JBJ. I have a hard time with the. So Uncle JBJ is talking about cash market gaps and pre-market and after-hour market gaps. I usually have to match them up together. If I'm tracking like pre-market after-hours gaps, I'm usually looking for those to match on the other side of it because I think those are fake. Fake sells usually. They're not always. If they're followed with real money selling, they can be real. But when I don't see the real money selling in those fucking things, I don't trust them at all. I'm going to mark that as the top right there, 682.08. Looking for a target of 680.61. Remember that we still would need to do the thing, right? You need to still see the failure of a buyer up here, and then the new low, and then we can hit that bad boy right there to the downside. It is 2:30 in the afternoon, so let's start talking about what to expect from here. I love how the Twitter gang is like, oh shit, that's the top. He just did Burr. Whenever I do Burr on Twitter, that's telling people that's the top. Hold on, let's go look at this really quick. Okay. Yeah, I did bear music the other day. I did some bear music, didn't I? I did bear music on Friday Low, right? So let's do some bull tunes here in the background while I give you an update on what to expect. Let's see, lifestyle, nope. Hip hop. The goddamn kids like hip hop. We want electronic. Yeah, we want the mood to be happy, carefree, playful, groovy. Always looking up in the market, right? Looking up on life. Let's just do electronic and see what pops up here. I'll turn this down a little bit here. You guys even hear this? I don't know if you can hear this or not. Oh, you guys can't hear it because it's there's no widget for it. See if I can add some audio or something. Add some audio and get freaky with it. Make them all mad. Yeah, what's that? Oh, yeah. That sounds like music. I'm going to move some drawings up here. Oh, man. Woo! Woo! Let's give everybody. We didn't get to do this on public today. What's up, MS? You want to see some ski? You know I lose all my money if I play that stuff, right? I got a contract with these guys. All right, hold on. You want some ski? All right. You just want to see me lose money. It's like, I hate this guy. Every time I tell him ski, he doesn't get paid. We can do that. We can do some ski. How do you do that? Ski, what's her name? Lil Red or something? Is that her name? Sexy Red. Just got back from New York. I got you, MS. I got you, Vi Princess. All right, first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at a weekly basis here. Woo! What's going on there? What's this? Starting our week right. Well. What's that? Didn't take that candle. It's a nice start to the week. Man, what's that right there? So I want you to look at this 4 hour here. This is today, right? See that, right? We're going to get a new 4 hour candle coming up here. If you're a buyer, you don't want to see any of this get swimming. Some of you savages want to see that closed right now. There's two key places here if you're a sell side that you want to be watching. First one is this white line right here. I'll play the rest of the song in a minute. I'm going to give you two key levels here. If you're sell side, okay? Two key levels for us to visit anything under here. 675.05, 669, that dreaded 669. 669.24. 669.24 and 675.05. Now remember, we can come down here and erase just 20% of this candle. We can erase almost 80% of that candle and still be okay to go higher from here. I don't want our. We'll draw these in though down here for the bulls and bears. This is your 4 hour right here. These are places of interest to buy a dip. I will post this for you in the Discord. At the end of the day, we want to get a little bit of an idea of what's to expect here. We know these guys are going to be pissed up here, right? They're not happy. But they already know what's coming. Why? Because we took these guys out here. And so what's going to happen here is we're going to take these guys out. We're going to come back down and we're going to try to take them out even higher at 700, believe it or not. We're going to take that bad boy out right there. Okay? That's your target. Contrary to popular belief. So just so you can see it back here, we came back, swooped in here, got sent down the disco, right? Came back up here to 6,900, swept down to the disco. What normally follows is a failure and then a rampo-rama. So you would see something like this here. You know, some kind of move like that in a larger frame, but like that, and then wham. Or theoretically. Oh, you can't like lose this stuff down here, but that's the thesis at least, right? On a 1 hour basis in here, we're going to check a few things. 1 hour time frame. Here's the week. Show some of these up again. That's a big one right here. This 675.05 is huge. Let's check velocity really quick, see if this is improving. We're going to check a daily basis velocity. We're poking our heads up. That's looking good. This is looking sexy for a start to the week. Month looking good right now. Poking its head up right now, the bull is. Hourly velo's got more in it. More gas. Half hour's got a little bit of gas. 15 minutes pretty good. But you can see there's a little bit more room on 15 minute. There's a little bit more room on half hour. Hourly can go. That means back test should be held. Back test should be held before the sweep lower. And then it's just a matter of holding that daily trigger. That's a 30-minute basis. Just check the news here. Let me check. We just check ES here. I just want to see what's going on. I'm looking at SPX here. We know there's sellers here. Bring up ES for me. Where are we at on ES right now in futures? Now, I was like looking at futures because we're coming into the end of the day here, right? So let me just check futures really quick. Futures kind of takes over. There's a little bit more leg for upside here. Let me just check this really quick. There is a possibility for like 680. I mean, we're with the top right there was 686475. Should I bring up? Let's bring up ES really quick. There's ES. You know, like there's a little bit more room for up here. You really want to watch this candle right here. And you want to watch, I don't think we need to go any higher than this, but well, we already hit it. We've already hit it. 6850. We've done everything we need to do. I'm going to show you this here real quick. So this is the target right here, right? But I want to, wherever the fuck that is, right there. What I want to show you here, the key point here is, do you see this? We're in a higher frame right now, a 4-hour frame, right? When we talk about these things, like we have an expectation to come.
So just a heads up, Trump is attending the swearing-in ceremony. We'll try and get the video of him and we'll post it on the feed. Remember,
So
with the mock data, we're working on it. So apologies, it's not going to be put out tonight.
So you guys already have the inside scoop on this. You're getting data from a news squawker that's not even accurate. What I want to show you here is this. You have a marked bottom. When you have a marked bottom, this is a 4-hour time frame. You can do this on any frame you want. So you got a marked bottom down here. You got a big wick. You got a V-shaped recovery.
Video of Trump on the feed for you to watch.
You've got this prior high here,
for the Indian
and the market doesn't have to do anything else. I mean, I want to say we can potentially go up here and roll, but it's not needed. It's not fucking needed. Like we literally have to do nothing now. As a buyer, you don't, because we broke the goddamn prior high right there. Sorry to swear, but you know what I'm saying, right? Everything that was needed to be done is done here. So just looking on ES for what's the next target? It's this 6889.
Trump says we're making a deal with India.
You got the first red candle after this top right here, and then you've got this one, this second candle right here. Then you got this one right here to deal with. It's your next couple inflection points. You got one right there, and you got all-time highs. These are basically your next targets, and you've got a bullish outcome here. So you kind of have to save the A, right? You have to save the A. And it actually doesn't matter if it comes down there either. That's all you got to do as a bull. You just got to find the right dip to buy and take out. That doesn't mean we go down there. It just means that you come down here, you can take that one out, you can take this one out. You can actually sweep the close, then take the all-time high out. You know, something like that. We're going to go back to SPY expectations here. So what I'm going to tell you is this. Yeah, you can potentially get up here. This is a 1 hour, right? You can potentially trade this one right here. But I think you leave this to FOMOers, I'll be honest with you. The bigger concern here for the buyer is where do we go down here? And this is pretty fucking bullish. So you're likely going to trigger like some kind of a back test, and even if it's like this, then straight up. I don't think you can sweep this stuff right now. Maybe. So I'm going to draw this like this, okay? I'm going to draw this. You're going to get angry at me, but I know you're going to get angry at me, but I'm going to draw it just like this. I'm going to go with the bullish outcome here. Hold on. Just start at the bottom down here. So there's your bullish outcome. I'm going to say to you that that is all that's needed. That's a big fat white line. All right? I'm going to give you the chance of just that last bit, mostly because of how bullish this outcome already is on this prior high. I'm going to draw this one down to right here. I'm actually going to draw it down to here. This is where I'm going to get you angry. We're going to play this safe. So there's your dotted line. Now remember, we can buy half-hour triggers and we can buy hourly triggers. So I'm going to give one more pump up here. And it's going to fail. Now just bear with me here. You're going to be like, oh, Cap, why are you drawing it so low? This is where a bear makes his mistake or her mistake. Like when I show this chart to people, two things happen. They fucking forget that we're in buy the dip. And they forget that you're adding to this position. So you've got a position here. And this is only to add. And this is to add for the trade up here. We could easily come down here, hit this bad boy, hit the half-hour trigger right here, and go right up again. So when you get these reports from me, when you get like a market brief from me, I'll sometimes get people that'll say things like, well, Cap, I waited for this. Or we went down here and hit that one. Your CJJ used call lot is down here at 651. Just check this really quick. And right here. So you want CJJ's used call lot is right here. This is where they put the screws to you for a little bit. I got to put this in because people get angry if I don't, I guess. So here's the CJJ used call lot. I don't think you're getting this today. I think you're going to get this like, I don't think you're going to hit this down here, even if you do, until like today's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe it'll start happening. I think what you're going to do is you're going to come up here and hit this. I think you're going to smash that out of here. I think you're going to go up there and start smashing that shit up there. And then maybe like Thursday, Friday, maybe you can get down there. More than likely what's going to happen is we're going to go up there. We're going to sweep up here somehow, rub this one, ramp down, and then whammo. And then you're going to get the really bad news. Unemployment, jackknife, Vixpiration, OPEX. So for right now, these are your expectations into tomorrow, next day. Now, what I would say to you, a few things here. We got to chat about this. You know, sometimes this shit doesn't come till Wednesday. It'll come in like Tuesday, it'll grind. Right? And then we'd finally drop. And then like the Wednesday close is your actual low. Could be Tuesday, could be Wednesday. It's price or time. I think this is about in the middle. Right? You got the upper bound, you got the middle bound, then you get the lower bound. You could shank all that and still be bullish. So if it was you're asking me like what would I want to buy? It's probably 669.
Trump on supporting the
72.
Biden says, I would say so. On
To the tick.
shutdown, Trump says we are going to be counting very quickly.
So there are your expectations. I'll put them in a brief for you right now.
The deal is very good.
The deal is very good. The deal's always good. The deal is always good. So let me draw this out for you here. And I want you to remember here, I want to circle back one more time here. You know, we're looking to buy the fucking dip. And we're not sell the rippers yet. If you're a savvy trader and you want to sell here, well, I think that's fine. You know, if you find a place where you want to sell, you can. But this is what I got. Remember, if you are going to pay the bills, as your only sell side, you can't turn right, you can only turn left. I get it. I like buy side too. If you're a sell side hero, I understand. I don't hate you or anything. I just don't like telling everybody that we're in sell the rip and we're not. What I would say to you is
Trump on Shutdown says we're going to be a country very quickly.
Voice news disconnected.
Can't hear that right now. I don't want anything to do with it. You know, we're coming in at a high and a close right now. If you want to sell this, your best way to sell it is more than likely in futures, not in cash market. If they hit these nice lows and start running us up tomorrow, you're going to have a bad time, right? Your sell side, express it through futures, not in cash market. We can bounce. Like I'll show you what can happen here. If I was a dealer, you know, you're like buying puts here. You know, we come down into 9 a.m. or 8:30 in the morning, and then all of a sudden it's up again. Your puts burn. So, like, you can probably sell this with futures. The best way to sell it. You can get out whenever the fuck you want. Stay awake all night long. You might make money on puts into Wednesday. I would say Wednesday close down here. Maybe. I would, if you're gonna get puts, I wouldn't get Tuesday. I'd get Wednesday. They've been recently. We used to get like a bottom on Tuesday close, but they've been fucking stretching those closes out, or stretching out those lows into Wednesday close usually. We've actually had days where we go up for like a Wednesday high or Tuesday high now, and they hit you like one more time on the open, and then we start doing the slow fade, and then this shit takes to Wednesday. So just be aware of that if you're on sell side. What else? Back to this 1 minute. I think that's all I got for you guys. There's your expectations into tomorrow. I think if you're just watching this program right now, I gave some rough outline as to what to expect this week and next week and into the holiday, even into the first week of December. I will give a more robust market brief outline with the dates for the data drops and all that kind of stuff. I don't have Trump on right now because you guys have the mouthpiece from the street. You have access to those posts from Dr. CS from the Bloomberg terminal. And I'll finish this day today in the next 3 minutes with this song.
That's when the party starts. In the booty club, standing on the couch, throwing beats. Respect me, bitch, my people's in the cut with them things. Wifey got me icy, now my chain hit like loud bling. In New York, with my partners, we be jamming. If you see me and you tryna see what's up, he wanna fuck with me, then I'ma have him stuck. Bitch looking bad and got a stupid butt. Jewelry on your wrist, fucking hold it up. When I holla ski, that ain't pull up. Car sitting fine, and they fast as fuck. I'm looking good when I'm hopping out that truck. Where the hood niggas that they get them bucks.
Ski. You know what I'm saying, right? Put that move on. Put that dance on.
Step away, relax. It's shut down. We moving, we leaving. G, let's go to the sprinter. Can we get us?
We're getting out of here.
We got. All right, come on.
Yo, Sado. Catch that though. Big sexy. What they talking about, man? She and babe, mad beautiful.
Yo, I got guns in all of the counties. All of them.
This is great music now, isn't it?
El Paso Brownie shout me, telling me her boyfriend's lousy. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. A91, don't stop living. You know, that's RB gang. Yo, I'm the talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Golden girls want deal with a fact. And I get love all over the map. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. A91.
Good way to wrap up a week, huh?
Me, I'm the talk of the town. Designer from my head to my feet. Designer from my chest to her knees. And the old I came from the UK. Got on yes coming from ID. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Talk of the town. My
This is
side
real
talk of
good.
the town. Says she want BRB.
See you all tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning.
Can't buff you locking up our keys. And you know, see the drip on feet. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. A91, don't stop living. You know, that's RB gang. I'm the talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Girls want you with a pack. And I get love all over the map. Yo, know a sweet one named Shauna. But she's glad that she a corner. Fuck that, we'll show love to the feds. I'd be sleeping on blue beds. Yo, might see me in town, might see me on telly. The dog boss like Stephen Kenny. Got pretty girls in Dublin, toxic. Still love the ones in Cox's. I got guns in all of the counties. All of them. Brown and white like a bounty. Oh. El Paso Brownie shout me, telling me her boyfriend's lousy. He must be from or she wanna come through
Adios.